What's up, everybody? I'm sorry, I'm trying to let everybody know what's going on, but welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Today is a very busy day, and I'm really excited to be brewing with y'all. It's really freaking cold again. Surprise, surprise. Um, Going live now, letting everybody know in the Discord. Um, if you're not a follower on the Discord, get on the follower or get on the Discord page. It's on my YouTube link it's on my YouTube channel as well as my Twitch channel. Join the Discord. We talk everything beer, and then we're just a bunch of good friends on there talking about everything basically. But it's always great. The beer community is is a beautiful community because we just hang out and talk and enjoy each other over a glass of brew, and it's really really good. Going live. Boom. Okay. So here we are. Wow. Yeah, it's another brew day, and it's great. So today we have a lot to go over. I'll just do a real quick like heads up of what we're going to be doing today, just in case. I think we might even have one or two people joining us on YouTube today. So if you are on YouTube, what's up? We're finally getting onto the YouTube scene. It's crazy. What's up, Dr. Hop? What's up? Good to see you. Cheers. We're going to be drinking your Mercury's Imperial Stout that's been barrel aged. That one. That's what we're having today. So we're going to review that. That's one of the things we're going to do. Today we are going to be brewing our winter seasonal beer, which I did change the recipe just a tad since we built it together. Was it 2 weeks ago? So I changed the hops around a little, just a tad, uh, and I added one or two grains and took away some other grains and some other things. I did not plan very well. I mean, I did plan well. I haven't gotten anything going yet, so it's going to be a little slow getting going. But we've got stuff to talk about. Okay. Today, also, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be working on water chemistry. I'll go over just a little bit. That's one thing that I barely understand. I understand it enough to know that I need to do it. I'll show you what I did, and then we'll just leave it at that. I'm going to be doing a deep dive on water chemistry a little bit later. But for now, we're just going to do a very like surfacey level water chemistry talk because I don't do that very often. But it's important, important, important. And then, yeah, so there's that. We're going to go over some science like we always do. So if you're new to the channel and you want to ask questions about certain things that are happening, I'll do my best to go over the science. Hey, what's up, Mocha Moo Beer? Thanks so much for jumping on. It's good to see you again. Um, that's fine. Totally lurk. I mean, you got some stuff to work on. You're working on cookies. Heck yeah. Well, I appreciate you lurking. It's so great. And when you told me that you like did baked goods, I was like, you and Rob are like hitting my like sweet tooth. It's just bananas. So, anyways, thanks so much for jumping on as well. Um, so yeah, and then we're gonna do some beer reviews. Dr. Hop's Mercury's beer, and then I found a festival ale from one of the local breweries here in Salt Lake City. So that's what we're gonna go over today. Otherwise, we're gonna be brewing the beer. So I'll go over all the stuff as much as I possibly can. We're gonna go kind of fast. But anyways, let me just make sure that I'm not missing our friends on YouTube. Let me go to my YouTube studio. I don't know. I haven't figured out the whole YouTube thing yet. Let's see. Sorry, give me 1 second, everybody. I'm trying to figure this out. It's also really freaking cold. It's like 20 degrees if I'm lucky. I'm pretty sure. Actually, I'm going to just go here. Sorry, I'm trying to figure this out. We got one person watching. What's up? Oh, Dr. Hop, thanks. I appreciate that. All right, I'm gonna put it on silent so I'm not like making noise on two different fronts. But I love that you're there, man. I love that you're there. Thank you. We're gonna penetrate that YouTube market one way or another. So let's do this. Okay, sweet. I think I could get that. And then chat, dismiss. I'm trying to do two things at once. We're gonna do that. I don't know where my chat went. Okay, so we're gonna go back and forth between the two. Anyways, yeah, so let's get going, shall we? So what I did yesterday is I got some reverse osmosis water. So we're gonna be dumping that in. We're gonna heat it up. Once it gets hot enough, we're gonna put some. We're gonna basically doctor up our water. Haha, doctor. Anyways, we're going to doctor up our water to give it the appropriate minerals and salts that we want in the beer to give us what we're going to be, what would be perfect for the style of beer we're making. We're going to make a Fox lager today, basically. When I mean by Fox, it's FAUX, the fake one. Um, so or Fiat Festival beer, Fiat Lager, whatever you want to call it. Basically, what we're going to do is we're going to make it nice and dry. We're wanting to be clean. The ale, the yeast that we're using makes a really clean, crisp uh, mouthfeel and body to the beer, and it's a fantastic beer. So the nice thing about that is you don't have to go through the whole lagering process. So if you haven't made a lager, lagers are amazing, but they can just take some time. And obviously, there are ways to do it a little bit faster, like get it done in a week. And Dr. Hoppenstein, you probably have some ideas on that. But the ones that I've done, I've let my beer sit literally for like 2 months at like 40 degrees and just let it go. So, anyways, so that's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna dump some water. So it's gonna be so exciting watching me use my muscles to lift the water and pour it in this container. Yes, yes. Anyways, so glad to have y'all here. Man, we've got so much to go over. So let me get this going. Oh, whoo! The top wasn't even on. Okay, sick, sweet. No worries. We didn't lose much water anyway. So you're gonna have to forgive the sound. This is, I mean, normally I try to have the water going by the time I start the stream, just because I don't know, it takes a little extra time. It's really cold today. I don't have my comrade hat on either. I'm kind of thinking I might do it though. Okay, this is not working very well. There we go. Work smarter, not harder. Um, yes, in terms of water chemistry, I've only really done like my own water doctoring. Um, I'd say probably like three times, depending on the style of beer. So I'm gonna go off screen for a second, and that is because I've only done it really for lager beers, lager style beers. Um, just because you want them to be nice and clean. Sorry. Oh, that's a horrible sound. I am so sorry to put you guys through that. That even hurt my ears. Okay, let's get this thing going. Got some new gas. It's very nice. Okay, open sesame. Also, it might look like my garage door is closed, but it is not. If you're gonna be brewing inside with propane, come on, you son of a gun. I know how to do matches, I promise. If you're gonna be brewing indoors, make sure you have what? Make sure you have a good ventilation. I know you can't see me. Oh, I guess you can. What is going on? I can't get these things lit. There we go. That is so bizarre, you guys. These things, I don't know. Look at that. It's just burning. You can't even see it. What? They're like lighting, but it's not like lighting enough. We might have an issue, y'all. Houston, we got a problem. Okay, I got one. Okay. All right. Okay, success finally. All right. I'm back. All right, I'm gonna check YouTube. I have to go back and forth between these two because I just want to make sure I'm not missing anybody. Okay, cool. Okay, so let's go over the water chemistry real fast, and then hey, what's up, Tion? What's up? Great to see you. How's motherhood? How's your little one? It's great to have you here. Thanks so much for jumping on. It's great, man. I love doing this mostly for you guys. I just love jumping on and just hanging with y'all. If anything, that's probably like the number one thing that makes me do this is just knowing that you guys will jump on. So thank you so much, Tion. Welcome, Dr. Hop. Welcome, Mocha Moo Bear. Welcome. It's great to have y'all. Okay, so water chemistry. Spoken. I'm I am no chemist. So I'm going to show you guys my my screen. because I got a couple things I want to show you. So first of all, screen capture. Here we go. All right, so check this out. So there is this really sweet uh, company called Brew Water. They have a website online. I don't pay for it, but they have this free Excel sheet that's available to brewers, and it basically gives you the water profiles that you need to match kind of like the beer that might be coming from other locations. For example, we've got you've got Dublin. I don't know if you could see that well enough, but let me zoom in a little bit. Okay, so we got Dublin, we've got London, Munich, Pilsen, Vienna, Dusseldorf. I mean, it just the list goes on, right? And then these blue columns right here, um, you'll see there's calcium, magnesium, sodium, sulfate, chloride, bicarbonate, all this other stuff I don't really understand. I know alkalinity and that kind of thing, but I just keeping it simple for y'all because I'm a dum dum and this is simple science for me. So basically, what I did was I just found uh, the beer that I wanted to do, or a style of beer, and so I went all the way down to right here, amber dry. Let's see if I can highlight this one. This is what I did. So I took that profile, the amber dry right there. So we have 50 parts per million of calcium, 15 of magnesium, 15 of, what was it, sulfate. Then it was 110 of, sorry, 15 of sodium, 110 of sulfate. And then we had, gosh, where is it? Did I do it? I don't know what I did with it. Anyways, so, as you can see, it's really freaking cold. They're all fine. Thanks, waiting for the second little one. What? 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 Hey, congratulations, Tian. That's amazing. That's so exciting. Cheers. I don't have a beer yet. This is coffee, but that's amazing. Um, yeah, I'm good. Rubella's good. And Brew Baby, he's great. He's doing good. He's 6 months. He's eating solid foods. And I'll tell you what, for those of you who are parents or plan to be parents, let me tell you one thing. Poopy diapers, sorry, you can't even see me. Poopy diapers that come from milk, not bad, not bad. You know, they're kind of gross looking, but they're not bad. But then you introduce solids. Oh, the game changes. The game changes because then it gets solid in the smell. The smell. Ugh, that's all I gotta say. Is the smell is just. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Can't think about it anyway. Anyways, he's eating solid foods. He's happy. He's good. Bella's amazing. She's always a superstar. Um, so yeah. Anyways, thanks for asking. Okay, so I'm gonna. Sorry, I got to do this one more time. Screen capture. Let me show you what I did. So I use Beersmith. Okay, there's lots of things out there that are great to use um, for like building your recipes, and a lot of really cool programs out there. But I use Beersmith because that was the first one I ever learned about, and it's a great program. It works really well. But if you'll see on my page right here, I have a target profile, which I put down amber dry, and I put in those parts per million that was on that spreadsheet, okay? So it's all right here. And then all I did was match target profile for a 5-gallon batch of water, basically. And then it breaks it down. I don't know if you can see it. I'm hoping you can. But on the left side, middle left, you'll see gypsum, table salt, Epsom salt, calcium chloride, baking soda, and chalk, right? So it breaks it down for me, and it tells me how many grams I need to be putting in to the water. Okay, so we're gonna let the water heat up, and then we're gonna add it all in, and this just makes it easy. So if you're dumb like me and don't remember chemistry at all from high school or college or any of that stuff, like this is great. Um, and it was so funny because for the longest time I was trying to figure out water chemistry, and I asked my chemist friend, and he sat down. He's like, "Oh yeah, it's super easy." I'm like, "Sweet, let's write it down." And he's just like, "Blah blah 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 blah," and a plus and a minus, and they cancel each other out, and all this other stuff. And it's super simple. You get 1 ounce, and I'm like, "What the hell did you just say?" I have no idea. I don't know what you just said. I'm like, just keep it simple for me. I'm a dum dum. So this is the idiot-proof way of doing it. And then on the bottom where I have the target profile I wanted, you'll see a difference. Okay, so I'm gonna have a little more calcium, I'm gonna have a little more magnesium, I'm gonna have a little more sodium, a little less sulfate, that kind of thing. But it's so minuscule, I don't think it's gonna make a big difference. Because otherwise you could get lost in the weeds when you're talking about parts per million and your how many gallons and math and science and chemistry and more science. And let me tell you what, not worth it. Not worth it. Unless you're like a super nerd. Um, at Portosaurus Max, welcome. Wait, hold on. Is there an? Hold on. Did I miss a check-in? Hey, oh, sweet. Hey, thank you, Tion, for making that shout out. Please, if anybody jumps on, please give a shout out because I do happen to miss a lot. Hey, Portosaurus Max, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer, and of course, my technology and my capability of doing things not great, but welcome. Glad to have you here. Okay. Does anybody have any questions about water chemistry? Please say no, because I don't really have any answers for you other than just the simple stuff that I just told you. So, okay. All right. So that's water chemistry in a nutshell. Now you are master enough to, if you're a brewer, you can do it. Go do it. Okay. Checking YouTube again. Okay. Nobody's there. Sweet. I just want to make sure. There's a couple people that might jump on today. So, all right. So here we go. So a couple things. I'm gonna step off screen for a second. A couple things I recommend for everybody is one, you need a tiny bowl or some sort of container. But I bought this on Amazon. It is a sick little pocket scale called a VitaLift. Yep, sorry, VitaFit. Inspired by life. Anyways, it is a super, super highly accurate little scale. And it works really, really well for these small scale measurements we're going to be doing because we're talking about, I mean, you looked at what on the Beersmith thing, we're talking about, 0.1 gram or 1.1 grams, that kind of thing. We're talking about small measurements. My kitchen scale just doesn't do it, and it doesn't work. So a couple things we've got our baking soda, which you guys should all know what baking soda is if you even made cookies or anything like that. If you don't know what baking soda is, Rob or Mocha Mubier, you guys deal with it all the time, I'm sure. So you can explain it for me, but it's sodium bicarbonate. We also have potassium metabisulfite. That's not what we're using. Sorry, never mind. Don't listen to me. We're not using potassium metabisulfite. We're using Epsom salt, which is magnesium sulfate, calcium chloride, and then it's just Epsom salt. So if you've never seen it before, I don't think you can see on here, but it looks like salt. Big white clear salt. Calcium chloride. Can you see that? Looks like BBs. Yep, that's calcium chloride. We're going to be using that and some gypsum, which just basically looks like cocaine. So that's all there is to it. Okay, we're going to pull up these things. That's PBW. Okay, blah, blah, blah. Also, since I need like 0.1 grams of chalk, I'll give you a secret. This is my little super secret that I'm willing to share with y'all because I like y'all. And my super secret is this. Use Tums. Yes, Tums. I highly recommend not using mint Tums because that's all I have. But if you have regular Tums, that's the best. If you don't, you better get some if you're going to get into water chemistry. All right. Is it cold? Yeah, it's very cold. Let me find out. Well, yeah. I'm so ready for summer again, y'all. So ready. Let me tell you what the temp is right now. All right, it is 28 here. So it's -1, -2 Celsius for you European folks. So anyways, yeah. Let's see. Okay, so I need to get this. Okay, I need to do two things. I'm gonna show you one more thing. Let's see. Okay, we got plenty of time. Okay. I can't feel my hands. Okay, I should put gloves on, but fine motor skills. It's funny. It's so cold. My computer, like, as I'm moving, it's really slow. Everything's slow. My phone is slow. Everything's slow. My brain is slow. Good stuff. Okay, so I want to show you guys one more thing. I'm gonna screen capture because this is an important thing for you all to know. Um, hold on one second. Let's see. Mash. Where is it? Right there. Sparge and mash calculator. Okay, here we go. So I'm going to share my screen with y'all. So I use this website online. It's free. It's a mash and sparge water calculator. This is more for people who are going to be doing all grain batches. Um, so basically what you do in here, you add your variables. So our batch size today, I'm going to come back to Beer Smith, sorry. Design. Let's see, total grains, 13 and a half grains, 13 and a half pounds. So 13.5 pounds. Oh, and sorry, I put in the wrong one. 13.5 pounds. Batch size is 5 gallons. Original gravity. And please, if you have any questions, please ask away. I'll do my best to answer. I'm still figuring things out. Okay, 1.071, 1.071. Boil length, 60 minutes. Mash thickness, we're going to do grain temperature 71, mash profile of light body, just because I like that. All right, so here's a few things I need to pay attention to. One, I need a mash temperature of 148 degrees Fahrenheit. That means my grain bed needs to be 148 degrees Fahrenheit, or as close to it as possible. So I'm going to go write that down real fast so I don't forget. It's cold, my hands are hurting. Okay, 148 is what we're shooting for. Degrees F. And I'll explain all the science for those of you who don't know it. For those of you who do know it, guess what? You get to listen to it again. I go over it every single time, so there's that. Strike water temps is 160. It's freaking cold out, so I'm gonna make it about like 165. I think that's what I'm gonna do. I gotta go fast though because it's so cold. Like I might even do 168. Just temperature correction, because by the time I move it from the pot to our mash tun, we're going to lose some temperature. By the time I put the grains in, the grains are going to cause the temperature to decrease. Meanwhile, while mixing, there's more steam. So I might even do 170. It's hard to know if that'll work or not, but it'll be close. If it's light to medium, I don't really care. That's close enough. I'm just shooting for trying to keep it dry and clean and crisp. That's all I want. So if it's a little hot, I don't care. 150, I don't care. But we're going to try to do it. So I think I might make it 170. That's temperature correction for my temperature out here. 170 degree F. The difference between those two temperatures, okay? Just real fast. So strike water temperature, that's what we're heating up right now. This is strike water, okay? So that's the water that we're going to be putting into our mash tun, mix it in with the grains, and then our mash temperature is basically the temperature of the grain bed. We want it to be that way. I'll explain why that's so important later. Let's see, and then strike water needed, about 4.22 gallons. Yeah, give or take. I'm not going to be super picky about that today. 4.22, just because I'm going to be treating 10 gallons of water. So what I did, for those of you who are curious, and let me come back and make sure everything's good. Make sure there's no, yeah, I need to do that, to stay warm. Little did you know, this is going to be an exercise show at the same time. We're going to do some beer yoga, stay warm. Anyways, whew, freaking cold. Okay, so remember I showed you the water chemistry. One thing I forgot to tell you about that is that with the water chemistry, I'm treating 5 gallons of water right now. I'm heating it up, 5 gallons. I'm going to use that in the mash, okay? And then I'm going to take another 5 gallons and treat that with the same amount of treatment as I did in this water, okay? And we're going to put that up into our hot liquor tank or lauter tun, whatever you want to call it. That's where we're putting it. Hydrate, will do. Give me 1 second, and I'll get back to that. Thanks for looking out for me, Tion. So we're going to treat that as well. We're going to treat it all, and then if we treat it all, then it should be balanced. So yeah, for 5 gallon. I think that's how I read it. Hey, Dr. Hop, tell me if I'm a dingus. When using water, a water profile in Beersmith, when I'm doing a base profile, is that for like the full 5 gallon batch? like, should I be splitting this in half? So Dr. Hoppenstein, pro brewer, amazing brewer, well known across the country, which I found out while I was out there visiting him. He's super cool. You should go follow his channel. He and his kid play games, sometimes brew, and they're just good people. Also, hopefully you're enjoying the snow globes. But yeah, I would love to know what you do with that. Dr. Hoppenstein's also kind of mentoring me a little bit, so because he knows a lot more than me, so it's good. So big shout out to Dr. Hoppenstein, thank you. And then for Tion, redeeming the hydrate, thank you. All right, let's get this water thing on the road. Let's see. I'm gonna check YouTube again. I don't see any new. Okay, cool. You guys are amazing, by the way. I'm so glad that you are here. Please ask questions. I'll do my best to answer. Okay, I'm gonna bring you over here. So bear with me. I've got wires and all sorts of nonsense over here. So let me just do this. Also, one thing that I'm going to be doing here in not too long. Oh my goodness, is this going to be able to work? No, it's not. Hold on one second, y'all. For those of you who are new to my channel, just bear with me. My tech skills are not great. I had a super techie friend that I really enjoyed working with, and he was super helpful. Oh, we got 8 people. What's up, Rob? Thanks for jumping on. So good to see you. We're enjoying the beer today. We will be enjoying beer, but the beer is going to be coming shortly. So I'm going to show you guys the water chemistry portion. Hi, buddy. Okay, the brew dog is here. You want to say hi to everybody? Okay, let's say hi to everybody. The Hoppy Puppy is here to say, hey, Portosaurus Max. Yes. Okay, so okay, you know what's going on. I appreciate that. Yep. Okay, so I am doing it right. Anyways, the Hoppy Puppy, he's happy. He's here with me. He's here asking for a WALK, which I cannot give him right now. For water. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Awesome. I appreciate that. Hey, we have another beer brewer on here. Woo! Okay. I'm gonna part for 2 seconds. I gotta go get a teaspoon for the small measurements and a little bowl. So I'll be right back. Oh, oh, okay, awesome. Well, thanks for the follow. Thanks for that. I appreciate that. Okay, awesome. By the way, I watched one of your son's streams when he was playing games. I thought it was you, and I'm like, wow, Dr. Hopstein sounds really young. Took me a second to figure it out. Anyways, I'll be right back. So you all chat amongst yourself. If somebody new pops up, for those of you who are able to or know how to, please give them a shout out. I'll be right back. I promise it'll be like 2 seconds. You might even be able to hear me because I got my lapel mic on still. Wait, I'm getting a bowl. All right, I'm back, y'all. Hopefully it wasn't too boring to listen to the sound of water heating in the background. Welcome. All right, let's see how this view looks. I've got camera 2 over here. Kind of, sort of. All right, cool. That'll work. Okay, let me see if I can make it even lower. Sorry. Just bear with me. I wasn't sure how it was going to look. Oops. All right, here we go. Can you see? All right, cool. All right, so here we are. We got our container. I'm gonna be going back and forth. Oh, I need chalk too. I'm gonna ask for Tums. Hold on one second. It's so cold out here, my phone is like tripping out. Okay, here we go. So we can go with what we do know we are going to be needing. So we're at 140. I'm going to slow this down just a tad. I don't want it to heat up too fast. All right, so we're going to do gypsum first, which is 1.6 grams. Okay, so we got our awesome utensil. I've got that on ounces. Here's grams. Okay, we're going to tare that. And we said we're going to do gypsum first. So, and we want 1.6 grams of gypsum. Oh, no, it's Epsom salt. Hold on. Hold on. That could have been bad. Where's my gypsum? Gypsum. Here we go. This is the stuff that looks like crack. Okay. New tear. Okay. So 1.6 grams. I know you can't really see the temperature or the weight, not temperature. Gosh. There it is. 1.6. It's not a lot. That's 1.61. You can see it looks yeah, like cocaine or something. Don't worry, it's not cocaine. It's not cocaine, man. All right. I just realized that that's a super boring like view. Um, so I'm gonna go ahead and pour it in. All right, pour that in. Sorry, I'm making lots of noise. I'm trying to move fast because I've got a time uh, thing that I'm working with, time constraint. Epsom salt. Okay, so 3 grams of Epsom salt. Okay, 3 grams Epsom salt. Okay, Epsom salt. I was almost right. And this, I don't know if the Epsom salt that you can get from the store, like what you would put in water for like if you have an ingrown toenail or something like that kind of thing, if it's the same as like the medical stuff. I doubt it is, but anyways, so just gotta be cautious. That's 3.2. Nice. I want 3. The scale is so like. There you go. Okay, cool. There's 3 grams of Epsom salt. I know this is probably the most boring thing right now. Okay, 3 grams of Epsom salt, and I need 2 grams of calcium chloride. I'll tell you what, though, for those of you who are brewers, though, like this, doing the water chemistry itself is like, it's a game changer. It really has, because when I did it with my, what did I say, 2 grams of, whatever it was, 2 grams of calcium chloride, yes. 2 grams of calcium chloride. But when you, like, going from extract to all grain is a game changer. And then going from just basic all grain to like doing the water chemistry and everything, that's also a game changer. And it's so amazing. All right, we need 1.1 grams of, you know what, I'm not going to do that chalk. You know what, disregard. You know why I'm not going to do that? Because right now, if I did that 1 gram of chalk, it's going to be I don't need that. Because just looking at it, it's 0.4 over. Well, I mean, it gives 2.2. Maybe I do need it. I do need it. It's amazing how like minuscule everything is, and yet you need it, right? And for those of you who are putting comments in the chat on YouTube or Twitch, I'll be right back. I'm gonna look at that. I'm just trying to get this stuff done. 1.1. 1.1 grams. Minuscule, man. I'll tell you what. So minuscule. That's 1.1. Actually, that's 1.2. It's so nuts. You guys, this is just bananas. And I'm gonna just rinse that bowl off. And then obviously, the next most important thing to do is to actually stir it, but I need my chalk. So let me come back. I'm gonna check your chats. Okay, nothing new. Okay, nothing new on there. Sweet. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right, does anybody have any questions so far with where we're at? Got 160. Okay. Okay, I gotta slow this down. I'm running out of time. All right, I'll be right back. I need to get that y'all. I'm coming back. If you can hear me, maybe you can't. But here I am. All right. So we got our Tums. These are great, by the way. Okay. And I always, well, I should measure it out. I should measure it out. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna measure it out. Problem with, let me move this. Too many wires. Too many wires. All right. Sorry, y'all. I know this is like the most boring part. Okay. Not a lot, but it's something. All right. So now we're gonna mix it, and it's weird because when we do add all this stuff, once it starts boiling, we get this like really weird film in here. It builds up on the sides. I think putting this spoon in, the spoon is as cold as it is outside, so I think it just chilled the water a little bit. Make sure you mix it good. At this point in the process, we're not super worried about introducing oxygen. I've heard that like you don't want to make a lot of splashing around during the mash process. I don't know. I honestly don't think you really have to worry about it until you've got like a finished beer product. Once you have a finished beer product, then you're kind of wanting to avoid oxygen and sunlight because, yeah, those are the two things that are going to jack up your beer. Anyways, okay. Let me just double check. Okay, cool. So we're doing good. How is everybody doing? I'm drinking my coffee. Ich liebe meine Kaffee. Okay. We are at 170-ish. Okay. I had to slow that way down. All right, so now we got our mash tun. Just so everybody can see, it is just a Home Depot cooler. That's all it is with a spigot. A spigot down below. Okay. We're going to put a false bottom in there. Okay. And we're also going to warm up the container just a tad. And I should have been doing that earlier. But again, I'm rushing around. One, because it's cold, and two, because, well, we're doing water chemistry as well. but this is really, really dang cold. But this is our false bottom. That little spigot on the inside, this is going to connect to that, okay? This false bottom is designed to capture, basically help create a good bed for our grain and prevent the grain from flowing into our boil container, our boil pot. I know this is like everything is that I'm doing right now is it's reducing the temperature. I'm trying to move fast. So if I don't talk for a second, it's because I'm just trying to watch out for this. All right, so I'm basically not treating, it's not the right word, but preheating my mash tun so that I don't lose as much temperature, right? That's like the most important thing is like I need the temperature to be, I need it to be right on as much as I possibly can, especially since we're looking at a lower temperature. Okay, we are at 172. I'm going to turn it off there. And I'm going to let that sit just a little bit longer because that false bottom was pretty cold. The whole inside of the container was really cold. I just want it to warm up. The grain is 71 degrees Fahrenheit, so when I bring that out and put it in with the water, we're going to lose a lot. So I'm going to have to move fast. So probably what I'm going to do is I'm going to end up not really caring about like the exact amount of water that I'm going to get into my mash tun. It says I need 4.22 gallons. I don't think it's really going to matter that much. So we're going to pour it all in. That way it saves time. There's going to be a lot more mass, so it'll maintain temperature a little bit. As soon as I pour it in, I'm going to put the pot down. We're going to close the top, and then I'm going to go get the grains because I also don't want to bring the grains out too quickly because it's cold. Like my fingers are like so cold right now. I should have gloves. Anyways, okay, I've never understood the risk of hot side oxidation. Boil should remove most gases from solution. Yeah, I haven't either. The only reason I bring it up is because I think at one point during one of my beer competitions, they told me that like it tasted oxidized, which if you're curious about what oxidation tastes like in a beer, it just makes it stale and kind of cardboardy from what I've read anyways. There's probably some other things that can come with that, but I don't know. Some of those people have like super sensory skills. It's impressive. All right, all right. So it's warming up. I think it's probably pretty good. And actually, if I pour all the water in real fast, we should still be good. So I'm going to pour it all in real fast, and then we're going to put the mash in. Worst case scenario, the mash temperature is a little bit higher. Like I said, not a big deal. We'll just get it'll just be warmer. So, and it'll make the body of the beer just slightly different. But when you don't have a temperature controlled space and you're working in your garage and all that other good stuff, you just got to roll with it. So we're just going to roll with it. Also, I highly recommend when you're dealing with hot items to use your bare hands. Okay. Anyways, got to throw that in there every single stream because, oh, I didn't even pull the top off. I thought I did. Okay. Seal that shut. Maintain that temperature. All right. So I'm going to go get the grains. But you guys probably want to see what happens with the grains. So we're going to move some things around. Me and my amazing studio set for everything that I do. It's ghetto as all get out. All right, here we go. I think that'll do. All right, there's that. Get my spoon. We're gonna go get our grains. Once we pour our grains in, let's see. I got my infrared gun, so I highly recommend using this. It's an infrared laser, so you can see how hot you are. Not too hot right now. So hot, so hot. Okay. So dumb. Anyways, all right, I'm gonna go get the grains, and let's just do a quick. I want to see if you guys can see the camera real fast. It's gonna be super steamy because, well, it's hot water and it's super cold. Okay, cool. I'm gonna go get the grains. We're gonna do our mash in, and then we'll do a very quick sciencey overview because most of you guys who are part of my channel that are here, you've heard it before. I don't need to go into it again. But if you're new, please ping me and let me know if that's something that you want me to go over, and I will. Okay. And we are at 10:16. All right, sweet. We're doing pretty good. We're cruising. Oh, sad boy. Brew baby's nearing the end of his wake period. He's getting ready to take another nap. He sleeps a lot. That's all I got to say about that. All right, here's our grain. I'll go over our grain bill here in a little bit. I'll tell you what, it's way more fun to brew with people. That's all I. Oh, it smells so good. It smells so good. I love brewing beer. Oh, you guys, you're missing out. You're missing out. That's all I know. Um, wires and things. So many. I don't have a space. One of these days, I'm gonna have a sweet space. We're actually talking about moving, and for those of you who know, we were talking about maybe moving to Colorado, but we decided not to. I don't think we're going to be doing that. I think we're going to stay here in Utah, just because we have a good community here. So, anyways, all right, how are we going to do this? Okay, I want to switch you over. It's going to be fast. I'm not going to talk. Okay. Sorry. I love y'all, but I'm not going to talk for a second because I gotta make sure I don't mess this up. What the heck? Hold on, I gotta figure this out. Seems like it's like sealed shut because of the temperature difference, creating a vacuum. Or it's frozen, one of the two. Wow, it's really stuck on there. Okay. Okay. Woo. I was just starting to show you how much of a weakling I am. Jeez. Jeez. Promise I'm not a weakling. All right, here we go. Fast, 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 fast. Here we go. Pouring our grains in. The best part of the beer's process, other than drinking the beer. Okay. There's that. Lots of dust. Close it up. Maintain temperature. So important, you guys. Where's my spoon? Here's my spoon. All right. So we poured our grains in. Now the next thing we want to do, which is incredibly important, is mix it in. Like, mix it in good. We don't want any clumps of dough or anything like that. Get it all, get a nice long spoon. Make sure it's all, there's no clumps of dough. Because if there's any clumps of dough on the bottom where the grains are like in one giant ball clump or something like that, that grain is not going to get water touching it, and it's part of the science why we need it to be working, why we need the 150, let's see, 148, 150. Okay, close enough. Okay, so now I'll explain what's going on. Sorry, there's so many things and not enough space. I need a bigger space. Okay, so let's talk about this real fast. Okay, so I kind of explained a little bit why we were breaking up the dough, okay? Uh, and that was just so that it had access to all the grains had access to the water. Um, Now, okay, we're gonna run this. Cool. So our timer's going for our mash. Okay. Now we let it sit for 60 minutes, and I think it was, what did I say, 150, 151, it was about 149 to 150. So that's pretty good. That's right on point. So had I left that open any longer, we would have been in trouble. Just the basic science is, um, so we mill our grains, and by milling our grains, it improves the efficiency of the mash. It allows there to, and I'm probably not explaining this right. So Dr. Hop, feel free to step in, um, and Dr. Hop will either show up as Dr. Hop or Porter's or Snacks, just depending. But basically, you crush your grain so that it kind of like opens the grain up and makes it a little bit more available for the mash. When it's in the mash tun, it's in water, warm, or I should say hot water, and it's going through a process called saccharification right now, where it's activating enzymes, alpha amylase and beta amylase, and it's using those enzymes are basically going through and breaking up the starch chains that are in the grains, and it's breaking up the starch chains and turning them into both simple and complex sugars. The simple sugars are sugars that will be fermented and eaten by the yeast to produce alcohol and CO2, and the complex sugars are going to remain. They're unfermentable sugars. They're going to remain in the beer, and it's going to provide a smooth um, sweetness. Okay, so that's kind of what that's all about. Ham 426. Is that incorrect? Okay, feel free to step in and tell me what's going on because I'm still learning. Anyways, so you have the proteins that are basically breaking down the starch chains into simple and complex uh, sugars. Okay, so that's what's happening in here, and you want all of the grains to be touching it because let's say there's a dough ball in there that is um, not touching any water. All of a sudden, you're losing efficiency in your mash. You're losing sugars. You're losing flavor, color, all that stuff. You're just missing out on some of that stuff, and so your mash efficiency goes down quite a lot. So you want a high efficiency, so a good crush of your grain, and you want there to be a good mixture within the water or touching the water. Anyways, that's what's going on here. That's the science behind it all. So, anyways, and it's delicious. You'll get a chance to see what the color is going to be. We'll take a quick sample of it beforehand before we put it in the boil pot. Okay. Next, what we're going to do is we're going to heat up our sparge water. And we're going to treat it as well. So it's the same sort of thing. So I'm going to go back and forth and probably not talk while I'm doing that because you've already seen it once. Hey, Blood Boiler, what's up? We aren't there yet. This is true. This is true. Thanks for jumping on, Blood Boiler. It's great to see you. I didn't catch you last time when you jumped on and you followed the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I just want to give you a quick shout out and thanks for jumping back on. It's great to have you. Um, if I were a bet man and Big Juicy Cat, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in so long. What's up, bro? Oh, it's so good. You guys are amazing. So good. But Blood Boiler, I see you jump on every morning like 2 hours earlier. So I don't know if are you in I'm gonna be a betting man here. I'm gonna bet that you're somewhere in like Britain or Europe, somewhere in the EU. That's my guess because every time you're like, I'm pulling up a dram, it's always 2 hours after I wake up, and I'm like, that's 6 o'clock in the morning. So I don't know. I'm just curious. Oh, you're in sweet, right on. So do you work all night and then like wake up and do a brew, or do you just like start the day off with a beverage? I haven't been able to jump on because it's just super early, but oh, okay, sweet. Are you in like Quebec or like Montreal, somewhere over there? Uh, okay, yeah, yeah, cool. Uh, it's very cold in the garage. Yes, it's if you could see my breath. Yeah, it's quite cold. Cool. Well, Blood Boiler, welcome. Ham 426, also welcome. Uh, Awesome. And Big Juicy Cat also welcome. New Brunswick. Okay, cool. Right on. Well, welcome again. Thanks so much for jumping on. I'm gonna take a quick thing. I got to put water in, and we got to start heating up this because you guys don't want to spend all day here. I'm gonna start heating up my next water. We're gonna treat it with some chemicals, aka salts and minerals, and all that other fun stuff. So we're using reverse osmosis water today. Oh, I forgot that no wonder the tops are falling off. I forgot that it's so cold out here. I loosened the tops so that if they froze, they wouldn't like bust, because I didn't want to lose my water and have to go to the store first thing in the morning. So bear with me while I'm running back and forth like a chicken with its head cut off. I'm going to try and do this somewhat speedy. So I just went to the store, got reverse osmosis water, and we're just treating it for the style of beer we're doing today. So the style of beer, I kind of talked about it when we did the recipe build. It's a winter seasonal beer. And for those of you who know my channel, you know that I have had to put some of my winter beers and holiday beers on hold because, well, I had a kid. So, and then it was holidays, so I took 3 months from like brewing, which was really sad, but also really beautiful. Being a dad's great. But here I am back. Anyways, what was I talking about? We're talking about water. I don't remember what I was talking about. The water's so pretty to watch go in. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Thanks for the congrats. Yeah, it's an amazing experience. That's all I gotta say. It's a challenge, but it's amazing. Oh my gosh, is this water freezing? What in the heck is? No way. This water is freezing. It must have been cold enough. Okay, have you ever guys seen the super cold water thing? This is 100% frozen. What? Okay, I don't know if I could show you guys, but I'll try. And for those of you who've never seen this super cool water thing, I saw it on YouTube once, and I was like, that's BS. It's not true. That can't happen, blah, blah, blah. Turns out it can happen. And what it is you get water that's like super cold, but it's not frozen. And all it takes for it to freeze is a little bit of a like a kick. And that's exactly what happened. Took me 7 years to feel like I had free time again after ours. Yeah, it takes time. Okay, let me show you guys this real fast. This is crazy. And then we're gonna heat it up and melt it. I was like, what is going on? Is there like fluid? So can you guys see that? It's all icy. It froze. The whole thing, man, it's just like a slushy. Slushy. Extreme close up. Anyways. Okay, so there's that. That's crazy. I've never seen that before. So yeah, for those of you who are curious, that's look at that. You can't even see it, but look, there's like a freaking iceberg. Okay, you just experienced magic on my channel. The magic of science that I don't understand. So magical. Anyways, so all right, let's get this show on the road because otherwise I'm gonna miss my. Come on. There we go. Yes. Okay. I don't know what's wrong with my matches, but it's probably not my match's fault. It's probably my fault. All right. Okay, so now we're heating up our sparge water. For those of you who don't know what sparge water goes up in our hot liquor tank, aka louder ton, whatever you want to call it. Basically the same thing. It just depends on where you're at and what you think is the right way of putting it. Basically the same thing. We're going to put hot water in here. This hot water that goes into our hot liquor tank, I like to call it that because it just sounds cooler. The water that goes in this container is going to then rinse off our grains, and we're going to then move all those sugars, all that color from the grain, and all that flavor from the grain. We're going to move it right into our boil pot. We're going to begin boiling it. And so that's what we're doing. It's basically showering the grain and getting all the good stuff out. And it's a beautiful process. And my favorite time is when I open this bad boy up for the first time, and the smell is so freaking good. It is just like, it's intoxicating. All the smells that are involved with brewing, so good. Everything from the fresh crushed grain to the hops to the grains after the mash to the fermentation. For those of you who have had small spaces where you ferment, like when you walk in there and you smell the CO2 and you smell the beer, kind of like, especially like, I have an IPA that I make. I call it Sunset in Paradise. I made that 2-3 times now, and every time I walk into, we have a guest bathroom that we never really use, and I just stick it in the shower because I can maintain the temperature a little bit better in there. But man, every time I ferment that beer or make that beer, every time I walk in, it just, you could smell the citrus. You could just like, my mouth is watering and it's not even ready to drink yet. And it's just, I'm like, come on, hurry up! I gotta drink you. You smell so good. Anyways, so yeah. Anyways, I'm so glad you guys are all here. It's so awesome. All right, I'm gonna check YouTube. Okay, no, nothing yet. All good. No worries. This is great. Okay. So water treatment. That's what we're gonna do next. I'm gonna go back and forth. So I apologize ahead of time. But I'm gonna do this quick so I don't forget next time around. It's it's cold. Okay. so bizarre. I can't believe that even happened. How bizarre, how bizarre. Okay. We need our bowl, which is not dry, especially for our what is it? Our gypsum. That is the one that you really want the bowl to be dry for, because like I said, that's the stuff that looks like cocaine. Let's see if I can make this even drier. I got it all wet because I wanted to make sure I got all of the good stuff off the bowl, because you're dealing with such small amounts of these minerals that. Okay, that looks dry enough. Whatever. It's just, you don't want to miss it because it's enough to mess you up. All right, so let's go back real fast. I'm gonna go back and forth, so just bear with me. Okay, gypsum 1.6 grams. Small amounts. It's crazy. One 1.6. Yeah. Well, it's fun because I think Bentorius is also a friend from Canada, which is awesome. 1.6. 1.6 Austin, not 1.5. So it's kind of cool. It's fun to have um, we got people from everywhere. Germany, Canada, Britain. Then we got a bunch of people from the US. It's awesome. I think we have one person that jumps on every once in a while from, what is it? Thailand? Singapore? I can't remember. Anyways, it's fun. We're world famous. That's so cool. Okay, sorry, I go back and forth. I'm not checking chats right yet, so just bear with me. Okay, baking soda will. I'm gonna just go down the line. It'll help me stay organized. Epsom salt, 3 grams Epsom salt. There we go. 3 grams Epsom salt. It's hard for me to show you guys what the stuff looks like, just because it's so small and minuscule, and my cameras aren't like good enough to like zoom in really. All right, so let's see. The next one is calcium chloride. We need 2 grams. Calcium chloride. That's the BB looking one. 2.2 grams. Sometimes I feel like Breaking Bad. you know, in my garage, heating stuff up. Okay, 2.2. Sorry, I know this is like super boring. Okay, 2.2, 1.1 of baking soda. 1.1. Seriously though, if you, I mean, on a large scale, see, I got my. I want to just go ahead and put my um, calcium in here as well. And for my calcium, I'm just using Tums. We're just going to use it all to. All right. Rinse the bowl off. All right, cool. I'm going to be back. I mean, when I say I'm going to be back, I am back. I'm back. And we're just going to turn this bad boy off so we've got it for later. Oh, yeah. My water bottle just froze. Okay, we're going to show you some magic. Okay, so remember I told you about water freezing? We're going to do this live on stream, okay? So can you guys see this water? It's not frozen. You can see it right now. So I'm going to do it real fast. Let's see if it works. Oh, it did work on the other one. Hold on one second. Maybe it's not going to work. Never mind. Oh, yeah, it's starting to. There's like flakes of ice in there. Oh, yeah. Watch. It's starting to freeze. I don't know if you guys can see it. I mean, it's still, yeah, hold on one second. Yeah. You can see ice on it. See it? It's almost solid. Isn't that crazy? So cool. Science is crazy. Anyways, it's almost solid. Okay, magic. You saw it. Okay, so, okay. Oh, are you also on YouTube? Yes, I am. Oh, sweet. Well, thanks to Bentorius also. I'm going to try really hard to get on one of your streams so I can just jump on and say hi because I haven't had a chance to see any of your streams yet, but I'll do it. It's fun to watch Bentorius. He's got a lot of great insight for beers, and his reviews are great. And yeah, yeah, it did freeze some. Yeah, I don't know if you could. Yeah, it's just like slush. Anyways, probably a couple degrees colder and it would have worked, but it's like a solid cube on the inside. I don't know if you guys can see it, but anyways. So there's that. Okay, magic. Magic of science. Okay. Man, cheers to y'all. I'm gonna be getting into the beer thing here shortly. Um, okay, couple things. Dr. Hoppenstein recommended that I work on a beer recipe while we're in a low time, so now's a good time to do that. I think I've got some time. Oh, I'm wasting energy here. Needs to be 170, so we got some time. So let's do that. We're gonna be looking at an ice bock. So for those of you who don't know, basically an ice bock is a regular bock, but what you do is you freeze it and you freeze the water out, and it's a form of distillation. I did not know that until I found out. I was like, just look it through, because what I'm wanting to do is I'm wanting to focus some of my time, especially with the stream, to really work on like technical beers. I love experimenting, and I've got some experimental beers, and some of the beers that I'm going to be doing, like the Ice Bock, they're going to be both. It's going to be a technical beer as well as an experimental beer. But I got some fun ones down the way. I'm going to try and do a London Fog Ale. We'll see how that turns out. I also want to do a beer with beets, like beetroot, and some other things. But one of my big focuses is I just want to focus on like the technicality of some of the beers because I want to put some in for some competition. I put like 5 beers in this last competition that I had, and I didn't win anything, which is fine. Got some good scores, good reviews, good feedback, but none of them I knew ahead of time. None of them were according to profile. They were all kind of like, you know, slightly outside of profile, especially my Mexican lager and uh, my IPA. So my Mexican lager did really well, got really good scores, but they could taste alcohol. I amped it up. I made a Mexican lager that was like 7.1%. Um, so yeah, so they could taste that. They're that good. But it was an amazing beer. And that's what they said. They're like, this is a delicious beer, super refreshing, clean, crisp, meets all the things except for like, I think they said it was a little too sweet, and if I recall correctly, and then they could taste alcohol. So, anyways, there's that. And if you are a home brewer, go get some beers out in competitions. I know it's kind of scary and like you're like, I don't know if I'm good enough, but just do it because here's the thing: you're gonna get so much feedback, and it will really, really help you out as a brewer. Because then if you have 3 people judging one of your beers and they're all saying one thing about like, oh, it tastes metallic or tastes cardboardy or something along that line, then one of the things that you've got there is you got some data points. You're like, okay, now I need to figure out like what makes beer cardboardy. Oh, oxidation or whatever. Like it's got introduced to oxygen somehow. Maybe I mix the priming sugar in too much, or maybe I just whatever. But use it as like a jumping off point to like really hone in your skills because super helpful, super helpful. Anyways, so I'm gonna just throw that out there. Um, okay, actually, let's see. I don't know if I have time for the beer box. We'll try. I'm trying to take the feedback that you guys give me about the stream and really do it. Big Juicy Cat told me to make a like a channel in my Discord that basically I can ping everybody and say, hey, I'm going live. So I did that immediately, and there's some other things that go along with that, like channel roles. I don't know that much about that. So if you guys know, I'm all open ears to figure out how I can do better. So all y'all, I really appreciate your feedback, and you guys are important to me. So if there's anything I could do to improve it, I know lighting would probably be helpful, some other things like that, but maybe sound, maybe camera, I don't know. But just let me know. I will be doing some more content on YouTube, like smaller, um, like smaller videos where I'm gonna break things down a little bit, and they won't be live. They'll just be up there. So there'll be some more of that on there as well. So I'm gonna try and penetrate the YouTube market. Okay. All right, let's see how much time we have. And then the 2 things I was going to go over is I was going to go over the recipe again, and because I changed some things. Okay, we got 39 minutes. All right, so let's see here. I'm going to just do the screen capture because that's easier for me, so I could show you guys what my recipe looks like and how I changed it. Okay, and it got pretty complex. Okay, so basically we're doing a winter seasonal ale. Hello. Winter seasonal ale. And so I wanted it to be comforting, clean. I wanted it to have a little bit of smokiness to it, so we added some smoked malt. I wanted to have some like spicy richness, so I added some rye. Caramel malt, which is basically giving us some sweetness, helps with color, head retention, and just yeah, the caramely sweetness. And then Cara Red, which is more for color, but it also helps to add like a malty body to it. And then Maris Otter is our base malt. Okay, that's where we're getting most of our alcohol from, most of our sugars, and it'll kind of give it like a bready feel. And then what I did was originally we were going to do some Chinook hops, and I changed it up just a tad because the hops that I have, which are inside, I need to go get. The Fuggle and Pearl that I got, they provide kind of like a woody, spicy, kind of a citrusy flavor. And I was thinking, having a little bit of citrusiness to the beer. Like if you guys have ever done this in Christmas, where you get oranges and you like there's like you can hammer cinnamon sticks into it or something like that. That's kind of what I was shooting for with the citrusy. Obviously, it won't be like super orangey in flavor, but that's kind of what I was hoping for. But I also kind of like the woody feel There's just something comforting that comes with that when I think about like winter. It's like I want to be inside, and I want like the smell of a fire. Like there's a smokiness, there's a warmth, and then you could smell like the pine. And I really was hoping to do that. And so some of these um, hops also provide a little bit of pine. So some of them had certain aromas and flavors that I wanted to add. But they're also low on the alpha acid side of things. So I'm going to add them all in together. So I'm going to do half an ounce of each for bittering, because they both have certain characteristics and qualities that I want, which when it comes to bittering, it's not that big of a deal. Um, but then I can use the other half for adding for aroma and flavor later on. And then for our yeast, we're doing British ale yeast, which I told you why. It says it's fruity, tart, dry, crisp, clean finish, very well balanced, makes a really good beer, or how I like to say, a fiat lager without having the lager. Um, and then I'm going to add a Werflock tablet near the end of the boil, and that Werflock tablet will help to clarify my beer. It's a fining, so it's got a little bit of Irish moss and some other stuff in there, and it basically gelatinizes and it collects all the particulate from the hops and grain and proteins and stuff like that, and it kind of settles down. Hey, did you need something? Hello? Okay. Anyways, Rubella walked in, and she seemed like she wanted something, but I don't know what she wanted. She left. Anyway, so that's our new recipe. So I also with the Chinook, it was starting to push. The Chinook was going to be only for bittering, and it didn't have the qualities or characteristics that I wanted in this beer for aroma and flavor. So I was really trying to shoot for some hops that had aroma and flavor that I wanted. And so I had to shoot for some lower alpha acid hops just to make sure that down here, like if you look down at the bottom, like right here, you'll see these slides. If it's in the green, it's within the style or profile for that particular beer. And so it's on the lower end of the color, but I think it's still going to work out really nicely. It's right in the middle for alcohol and bitterness. The Chinook pushed the bitterness pretty much all the way up to the yellow, almost outside of the parameters. And then anytime I wanted to add any hop for aroma or flavor, it immediately pushed it out of parameters. So I had to like change that up. But any big shout out to Ben Torius. I appreciate the recommendation for Chinook, because I think for a bittering hop, the cleanliness and the spiciness that come with the Chinook hop, that was a good choice. But I think for this particular beer, it was kind of just a little tight in terms of profile. So, anyways, so that's our recipe. So yeah. Anyways, there's that. Let me come back. Let me see if Rubella wanted anything. Uh, oh my goodness. Opener. There we go. Okay. Okay. All right. Where are we doing on temperature? Okay, we're getting close. I'm gonna have to mix it here before too long. I know it's like 10:40, but I feel like I need to try this beer. Um, okay, so while we're waiting, I'm gonna wait just a little bit longer because I feel like I need to wait at least until 11. Uh, let's take a quick peek at this real fast, shall we? Um, I am gonna pull open let's see, untitled recipe, because I don't want to mess this up, and we're gonna look up Eisbach, and that way I can explain to you, or we'll go over what it is. Okay, so it's a strong European beer. The identifier or the code for it is 9 Bravo, and this is from the Beer Judge Certification Program of 2021. And we're going to read this up. Okay, so super dark in color, according to this, but it's interesting. You look at the color, it could be light or it could be dark. So, anyways, it's whatever you want. There's a lot of freedom in it. But look at the alcohol by volume, 9% to 14%. A lot of that percentage of alcohol comes from the distillation process, because you're pulling water out. So I imagine you're kind of losing some volume when you do this, but we're gonna try it. I don't even know how I'm gonna do it, but we're gonna figure it out because that's what we do here at the Speakeasy Brewer. We experiment, we try things, we fail a lot, but you know what? Every time you fail, you learn something new. But I try to not fail as much as possible. Okay, so an ice box. Just a quick description of what an ice box is. I just realized you can't even see what I'm looking at. But ding dong, ding dong. Okay, here we go. Now you can see. Here I am saying, "Oh, you can look at the color and blah 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 blah," and you're like, "What the heck is he talking about? I don't see anything." Um. Anyways, description. So it's a strong, full-bodied, rich, and malty dark German lager, often with a viscous quality and strong flavors. Even though flavors are concentrated, the alcohol should be smooth and warming, not burning. Comments. Extended lagering is often needed post-freezing to smooth the alcohol and enhance the malt and alcohol balance. Pronounced Eisbach because in German, ice is ice. Um, or if you see IEIS, I'm sure, Big Juicy Cat, correct me if I'm wrong because you would know. Ice, EIS, is more like ice cream, right? But it's also ice. So the history originated in Kulmbach in Franconia in the late 1800s. Although exact origins are not known, fables describe it as coming from beer accidentally freezing at a brewery, which I love. Sometimes when you fail, it could be a happy accident. You just never know. Style comparison. Icebox are not simply stronger doppelbocks. The name refers to the process of freezing and concentrating the beer and is not a statement of alcohol. Some doppelbocks are stronger than icebox, not as thick, rich, or sweet as a white wheat wine, which, if you remember the wheat wine we tried from Dr. Hop, which is freaking amazing. Yeah, uh, I have something to go off of now. Um, in terms of aroma, this is more of like the profile, like what we're shooting for: aroma, flavor, and mouthfeel. So the aroma, it's dominated by rich, intense malt and a definite alcohol presence. The malt can be bready, toasty qualities with some caramel or faint chocolate, often with dark fruit notes like plums or grapes. Just smells, just my mouth is watering just thinking about it. No hop aroma. Alcohol aromas should not be harsh or solventy. Clean fermentation profile. Appearance: deep copper to dark brown in color, often with an attractive ruby highlight. Good clarity. Head retention may be moderate to poor. Off-white to deep ivory-colored head. Pronounced legs are often evident. And for those of you who don't know what legs are, they're attached to your body. If you didn't know, so now you know. I'm joking. Legs. Think about when you're drinking like wine or liquor. That's when you're gonna see legs. So like next time you drink wine or liquor, if you've never seen it before, just swirl it around in your cup a little bit and just let it sit, and then you're gonna see like streams of fluid, and then there'll be like it. It's hard to say, but it'll look like little fingers coming down. And those are called legs, and that kind of helps you to you see the like the alcohol content. Anyways, because the alcohol evaporates. Anyways, so rich, sweet flavor, rich, sweet, balanced by significant alcohol presence. The malt can have a milled products, toasty qualities, some caramel, and occasionally a slight chocolate flavor. May have significant malt-derived dark fruits. Hop bitterness just offsets the malty sweetness enough to avoid a cloying character. No hop flavor. So, no hop flavor. Alcohol helps balance strong malt presence. Did I read this already? I did. Something similar. Anyways, the finish should be rich malt with certain dryness from the alcohol. It should not be sticky, syrupy, or cloying sweet. Clean fermentation profile. Okay, we're getting close. Mouthfeel: full to very full-bodied, low carbonation, significant alcohol warmth without sharp hotness, very smooth and silky without harsh edges from alcohol, bitterness, fusels, or other concentrated flavors. Okay, and then yeah, so that's what we're looking at when we are looking at an ice box. So I'm super excited to try it out. I think it's going to be a challenge, but I think it's going to be fun. Let's see what Brubella said. I wanted to know if little man falls asleep, could I bring you the monitor? Yes. I'm gonna be on like partial dad duty because Brubella's gonna take the doggy dog out for a walk, and Maybe you're watching. Okay. All right. Let's go back to our regular beer right here. Let's check out the timer. We still have 27 minutes. All right. Before I move on, let's see. Nothing new on the YouTube side of things. For those of you who are watching, thank you. Um, it's helping me penetrate the YouTube market. Anyways, uh, okay. So now let's see. We went over the recipe. We went over what an ice block looks like. And when I say recipe, the recipe for this, which we got 27 minutes before we take a sample. Okay. I love it. I call it the angel share. It's not a true angel share. Angel share is more involved with like distillation of um, spirits, like whiskey, that kind of thing. And it's like the first runnings of alcohol. It's like pure ethanol. It will make you go blind. So don't drink the angel share. But in this case, the angel share, I like to call it the angel share because it's my little like small sip of what it's going to give me, like a good idea of what color, flavor I'm looking at. And it's so amazing because it's just pure sweet. It's like sweet tea is basically what we're creating in here. Um, you think about tea. You put some herbs and spices and things like that into water, steep it, changes the color of the water, changes the flavor of the water. That's basically what we're doing here in our mash tun. We put different types of grain in there, malted to different extents, and we're basically steeping it in hot water to make a sweet tea, for lack of better terms. So yeah, this share is whiskey usually refers to alcohol lost. Oh yeah, that's right. You're right. Sorry, I don't know why I got the other one. Uh, Blood boiler is correct. I was wrong. The angel share is he's correct. The angel share is the um, alcohol lost in the barrel age evaporation. That's right. Thanks. I knew I was like, man, I always get that wrong. Anyways, that's true. Blood boiler, you were right. I'm wrong. thanks for uh, thanks for correcting me. I appreciate that. Anyway, so this is my own version of angel share. And in fact, when I get my brewery up and running, I'm going to have a few of my, I'm going to have some members, and I'll call them, I don't know what I'm going to call them, but they'll be my members, and they'll like have the angel share. So I'll have beers that are only available to some of my investors or some of the members. So if you show up and you're a member, you get to have the angel share. So that's something fun. And I'll have like this really cool coin. It could be like a challenge coin. And you walk up and you're like, here's the thing. And then I'm like, oh yeah, come back to the back. Let's go check it out. That's where the speakeasy brewer comes in, right? Okay. Anyways, any questions so far? Also, Dr. Opp, if you're still on, I've been thinking about this lately. As I'm brewing beer or working on beer recipes, there's a lot of variables, but when I come to like actually creating a recipe, it seems like you're using a lot of the same grains. And so like it seems like beer styles in particular are more like differentiated through the type of yeast you use, the fermentation process, like whether it's a lagering or regular ale fermentation, same with, and that's more for like yeast usage, as well as the amount of hops. Because it seems like when I make my recipes, I'm just like, oh yeah, well, I got my base malt, which we've talked about this a little bit. Your base malt should be like anywhere between 70 to 100%. And then you have your specialty malts, which is what adds color and flavor to your beer. But there's certain things like when I was looking at the Doppelbock or like creating an ice bock, I was like, all right, so I need to come up with a recipe. And I'm like, all right, base malt. Okay, that's the basic. I need a base malt. Okay, what's a good base malt? I can use pale malt. I can use Vienna malt. I can use Maris Otter. I can use Pilsner malt. Those are the things that I can use for base. But then I'm like, oh man, I got to amp up the color and really add the flavor. And so that's when I'm starting to like get the specialty malts that are adding the caramel flavor and the maltiness and the breadiness and the toasty, roasty things, or like some of the other grains, like the higher levels of crystal malt, caramel crystal malt, like 40, 60 plus, you start getting to, at least for me, when I'm like chew on the grain, It kind of has a like a plummy sort of fruity flavor to it. So I think obviously that's where you get a lot of the flavor. Um, so yeah, it's just super. I don't know. It's interesting. So I've been thinking about that a lot lately. Is just like, a lot of my beer recipes, they look very similar, but where the differentiation is the type of yeast I use, as well as the amount of hops I use and the type of hop, right? So like, for example, this beer that we're doing today, I use specific hops to add like a woody, piney flavor to my beer, spiciness as well, um, and a little, and just enough for bitterness, right? Whereas if I were to do the same exact recipe, if I were to change the yeast or change the style of hop, it'll totally be something totally different. It's kind of crazy. So I mean, anyways, it's one of the things I've been thinking about. So uh, anybody who home brews and does all grain, if you have any thoughts on that, I'm totally open for it, because I want to just make sure I'm not going crazy, taking all the crazy pills. Um, all right, let's see. We got 22 minutes still. 21. All right, I'm gonna mix the water real fast because we still have all of our. Oops, we actually got to turn this off. Whoopsie boopsie. So we're at about 180. It's a little hot. So let me mix this up. The spoon will cool it down a little bit. This is going to be our hot liquor water for sparging. Actually, maybe it is good that I let it heat up a little bit longer, because remember, we got temperature loss. Okay. Ooh, good question. So Blood Boiler asked, how much of a factor is fermentation time on flavor of beer? Um, Honestly, okay. So like when I brew, when I ferment, I'm gonna let me do this first, and then I'll come back to that, because I just want to make sure I get this going. Um, but that's a very good question. And if Dr. Appelstein doesn't answer it before me, I'll answer it real fast. Um, but it's whoops, when I do my beer, when I ferment everything, I hold on. Let me just. I think it has a huge impact. Honestly, like, just that's the short answer. That's the short answer for you. Is I think it has a huge impact. Um, so when I'm fermenting, obviously the fermentation process, depending on the yeast I'm using, can be faster or slower. So I've noticed that when I do a lager, the fermentation process, it just takes longer, right? You're fermenting at a colder temperature. It's a bottom fermenting yeast, when you're lagering, or lager yeast or bottom fermenting yeast. Um, and they do ferment at a colder temperature, so it takes a little bit longer. But even if I do an ale yeast, it could be done in like 3 to 5 days. Um, but there's like, sometimes you get off flavors in the fermentation. Sometimes the flavors are associated with the type of yeast you use. Sometimes it's just a residual. It's like diacetyl. So you'll probably hear the term diacetyl rest. So diacetyl is kind of, it's some off flavors that come about. I can't remember I think there's some DMS, but most of that DMS, like dimethyl sulfate or something like that. I can't remember what it is, but that usually comes out from the boil, during the boiling process. And with fermentation, um, when you do a diacetyl rest, usually what happens is when the yeast is done fermenting, doing its job to ferment, what it does next is it goes through and it kind of cleans up the beer. So, in my opinion, the flavor of beer. Oh, thank you. Um, okay. Um, go get them. Okay. You can go this way. I've got a plug in over there. But yeah, so I think that the flavor, it just makes your beer have a cleaner flavor. Um, and some yeast require more diacetyl rest than other yeasts. I've had a few yeasts where it's like it's a very aggressive, very fast fermentation, and it says needs a good diacetyl rest. I think that was Citra from Imperial yeast. Anyways, so I honestly, my rule of thumb is I just let my beer sit for 3 weeks. Usually it's done fermenting within the first week, and then I let it sit for another 2 weeks or so, and that just kind of lets that diacetyl rest move through. The yeast kind of goes up, cleans up the beer, and that's what I would think. One person, Dr. Oppenstein, if you're still here, I would love to hear your perspective on it. I'm sure partially similar, but I'm sure you would have a lot more to say on this as well. So Dr. Hoppenstein is a pro brewer, and he's awesome. He has taught me a lot in this process as well. So, um, anyways, I should like show you guys one of the books I've been reading. The reading things, the thing that I'm reading, it's called a book. So this is one of the books. I got a series of books. So it goes over hops, water, yeast, and malt. This one is by Stan Hieronymus, um, and it basically goes through everything, like the whole like biology of the hop, and like where the resin from the hop and is coming from, and like for example, when we put hops in the boil, one of the things that happens is there's a process called isomerization. So you've heard me say multiple times that he's making noise still. You'll hear the baby probably in the background. We got the monitor out here, but you've probably heard me say multiple times, and it's not necessarily been incorrect. It's just not fully correct. And it talks about. I always say that like the higher the alpha acid, the more bitter the beer is, and that's partially true. Okay, but it's not necessarily the alpha acid that makes the beer bitter. It's actually the process of isomerization that makes the beer bitter, because those alpha acids have to go through that isomerization process to become iso alpha acids, and that's what bitters the beer. So little did you know. All right, blood boiler. In spirits, they use a very fast and dry fermenting yeast, but they talk sometimes about longer fermentation, producing more fruity distillate, and shorter ones, more malty and cereal. Sort of. Okay, I see what you're saying. Um, uh, can you guys hear that? My my kid's not falling asleep. It's just growling and screaming. Uh, anyways, yeah. So I think the big part of it has to do with the type of yeast they use, and with whiskey in particular. Um, like they start off by brewing beer, so they'll brew like sometimes they'll brew like 3,000 gallons of beer, and then what they do is they move that beer into um, fermentation, and then they add gosh, what is it? I'm not going to remember this. It's a yeast nutrient, and they basically feed the yeast, and they just like speed up the fermentation process by like putting in a ton of yeast, and they basically want a really fast ferment. I guess I should say it also depends on the distillery. One of the distilleries nearby, they like did that. They wanted a really fast ferment, um, and then they want to move it from there into. I think they do some conditioning, but then they put it in the distiller, and then they basically halves the amount of beer that they've got, right, and it turns it into whiskey, which is crazy because it's clear, it doesn't have any color um, when they distill it. Uh, my kid, I don't know if you can hear it. He's just like, sorry. Uh, anyways, uh, yeah. So, anyways, they speed it up, they distill it, and then they get the color and the flavor mostly from the barrels. That's where most of it comes from. But you're right. I think depending on the type of yeast they use, it could produce some of that fruitiness as well. So, super fascinating. I would love to try some one time. Oh, also, I am excited about this. Um, one of the things that I got a hold of this week is I got a hold of a rice wine recipe. So yeah, sake in Japan, but I guess in China it's just rice wine. So the captain I flew with this week, his girlfriend is Chinese, and he's started telling me about this rice wine that she makes. It was very good, and I was like, "Ooh, rice wine!" I'm like, "I want to know how to do that." So he asked her, and she's like, "No, no, no, it's not an easy thing. Like, it's not for normal people to do." And I'm like, "Tell her I brew beer. Like, I know fermentation. Like, just tell her." And he's like, "Okay, I'll tell her." And so she's like, "Okay, I'll get it." So her mom in China wrote down the recipe in Chinese, and then she translated it for me. So I've got a rice wine recipe that we're gonna try. And she was saying that her mom was like, she was like, "Yeah, some white guy wants to learn how to make rice wine," and her mom's like, "No, that's he's never gonna be able to do it. It's he won't understand, blah 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 blah." And she's like, "Well, just let's try it." So I'm gonna try and prove her wrong. So we're gonna do a stream about it, and it's probably gonna have to take a couple days because there's a lot of processes, and it might not be a live stream. It might be one of those things that I like chop up and like put it on YouTube. So just watch out for that. But yeah, using koji mold. Uh, yeah, in terms of okay, sorry, the koji mold, is that more for like the distilling, or is that for the rice wine? One of the things this lady's mom told me was that to use rice leavening. So I don't know. We'll try it out. We'll see what happens. Um, but yeah, it'll be something that I'm kind of excited to share with you all. All right. Okay. So let me show you guys the hops real quick that we're using. Let's see. Dude, Blood Boiler, welcome to the Discord. Thanks so much for joining. Okay, so remember I told you we've got Pearl and Fuggle. The reason I chose these with the Pearl, it gives a sweet, fresh mint and spice. That's what I was shooting for, was the mint. I wanted a little bit of mintiness in this beer to kind of give it a cleanness. And then the Fuggle is it's got an aroma of earthy, grassy, herbal, and woody, and I just thought that'd be good. Not the grassy part, but the earthy, herbal, and woody. So we'll see if that works out or not. It's all part of experimentation, you know. Um, it's used to sacrifice rice, usually in Japanese out. Okay, cool. Okay, awesome. Yeah, I will have to let you know. We have a Chinatown market nearby, and I'm planning on going to get all the stuff that I need um, over there, and then yeah, we're just gonna try it and see how it works out. But I have to videotape it and like record all my things because I got to prove this lady's mom wrong that a white guy can make rice wine. um, Anyways, okay. Well, it's 11:13. You know what time it is. It is time to try Dr. Hoppenstein's Mercules. Okay, we're gonna do this because, well, it's early and I don't know, we got time, so we're gonna just do it. We're gonna do it now. I normally don't drink this early in the morning, just so you all know. And I highly recommend, like, you know, I would recommend waiting till afternoon, but do what you do. I'm not like trying to say, oh, you should drink every hour of every day. I don't condone alcoholism, but I do condone beer as art, and it's fun. Okay, so we've got 2022 uh, barrel aged Mercules Imperial Porter, Dr. Hoppenstein. He even signed it. Can you see it? You can't see it. I don't know why you can't see it. Anyways, he did sign it. It just looks white, I know, but we're gonna try this. Okay, I'm really excited about this because, well, I had the regular Mercules and it was freaking amazing. And this is sad because this is the last one I've got of your beers. Also, Dr. Hoppenstein, uh, tell me what you think. I don't know if you've had time to drink my beers, but tell me what you think. Sorry, my snow globes. Did you enjoy the snow globes? Okay, here we go. Um, so I'm really excited about this. This is gonna be pretty darn good. I don't have a bottle opener. I should, but we're gonna do it the old. Ouch. By the way, when your hands are freaking cold, just be cautious because things hurt more. Okay. Ow. Totally messed up my finger. All right, here we go. We're going to drink the Mercules. Oh, yeah, look at that. Beautiful color. It's really clear too. I know it's mostly opaque, which you can probably tell that it's opaque, but like when you have just a small amount there, it is see-through. Yeah, Snow Globe is sitting with a good. I saw that and I'm like, I have to get that. I was trying to find a snow globe because I figured if anybody opened the box, at least there's a snow globe in there, and I can be like, oh, I wasn't lying. Good. Anyways, all right. So here we are with the Mercules. Definitely can smell the whiskey or bourbon, whatever you used. It's kind of got a fruitiness to it as well, and it could just be my nose and how cold it is, and maybe the glass itself, but there's kind of somewhat metallic flavor smell, but I'm not gonna worry about that honestly. But it's got like a jamminess to it, like a jammy aroma. It smells really good. Anyways, let's cheers, prost, kampai. Oh, okay. So the right IPA, it's not an IPA. So on the bottles, you're going to have an ST, which is the Black Widow Stout. You're going to have a C, which is the coffee ale, which is the Irish coffee ale. That's the one that you helped me with the coffee. And then there's one that's a spicy, which has habanero in it. It's like an amber ale with a habanero. Oh, sorry, Irish red maybe. Anyways, and then the other one that says PS is the pumpkin stout. So the Riot IPA, that was one of my previous fundraisers for a family friend of ours. They had a little girl that got diagnosed with leukemia. This was back in 2021, and it was kind of when I was uh, newer to brewing. I had been doing it a year, but I had just gotten into all grain, and I found this sweet IPA recipe, and I changed it up just a tad to make it just partially my own. And then Amy made that label. Brubella made that beer label, which is one of my favorites. Um, and we told everybody. I told all my friends, and then we told some of that family. We told them about it, and they told friends from their church about it, and because they were German Baptist, and we had so many people donate. We raised $3,000 to their GoFundMe to help pay for all the medical bills and everything like that. And good news is she went through all the process, all the chemotherapy, and all the other stuff, and she's in remission, and she's still alive, and she's happy and healthy again. So that was when I was like, man, I can really do something big with this beer. And so like one of my other like ideas with brewing is I created this here. I'll show you. I created like an offshoot. So I've got the Speakeasy Brewer, which that's me, and I'm going to be brewing for specific things. So like I want to brew beer for my brewery, but the Speakeasy Brewer will brew beer for that brewery. So I'll kind of segregate it a little bit. But then the Speakeasy Brewer is also going to be brewing beer for charitable things. And so I created this offshoot. I'm going to show you guys with because I got a shirt. Because we did a couple of other fundraisers. One of the fundraisers we did, one of my neighbors across the street a few years ago got a brain aneurysm and almost died. She's still alive too, so that was all good news. But we raised $2,500 for her. We made a blonde ale, which was a lot of fun. I'll have to see if I can find the beer labels. Actually, I'll post the beer labels on the Discord. So if you're interested, I'll post the Do Right IPA and and the the blonde ale that we did for the fundraiser. And then so I created this Brew Charity. So Brubella made this logo, and so this is my other baby. And what I want to do is this is in addition to my brewery idea. Is what I want to do is I want to brew beer that does good things in my community. And so I had an event in July of last year, and what I did was I sold these pint glasses because these are Speakeasy Brewer pint glasses, which you can't tell because the light's shining on it. But I had my own pint glasses, and basically I told friends and neighbors. I was like, hey, come on over. This was when it was version 1 of the wedding IPA and the Mexican lager. So I had the 2 beers on keg, and I just told people, I said, all right, it's $10 for the glass, and that helps support my brewing, so I can do more of this. And then it was $10 per pint. But what I did was I had a whole bunch of QR codes to go to like local communities or local charities in Salt Lake, and I just had people donate $10 to the local charities, and we raised $700 for local charities, which was super cool. So that was a lot of fun, and people loved it. And I'm hoping that some of these beers that I'm brewing in the next couple months, we can use that for another charity event here shortly. So that's the Brew charity. So that's my other baby. So I've got the Speakeasy Brewer, which is the live streaming and brewing beer, and we'll eventually start a brewery. And then the Brew charity will be every once in a while I'll brew a specific beer for Brew charity, and we'll just do a fundraiser. So, um, and it's fun because it's like beer is one of those things. It's like a fun reward, and it builds a really cool community of people. And it's just fun because people, love beer. They love hanging out with people, and then when you um, when you tie it in with good deeds, it's super cool. So yeah, so I might do more with Brew Charity, and you'll hear me talk about it. And I'll make sure that you all know about Brew Charity because it's super fun. Um, Obviously, I won't be able to send beer out, to all y'all, but I'll just keep you guys posted on like what cool things we're doing because I don't know. I there's so much negativity out in the world, and my goal is to just bring some of that positivity back. It's just like we got to unite people again. We got to build community because God knows we lack community nowadays. It's really hard to have like really good, healthy relationships, and it's just fun when you can unite people around beer and good deeds, and it's just super cool. So, like my next one that I want to do, we have a park that's a few blocks away from us, and there's always trash in there and stuff like that. So I was gonna like once I get the permit for brewing beer, and kind of make it a little bit more kosher, what I want to do is I want to have like a work day where we just get a ton of people together. We're gonna have Brew Charity shirts. We're gonna hand them out to everybody, and we're just gonna go work in the park for a couple of hours, cleaning up garbage, like digging holes for new trees, whatever the city might need for us, and then we're just gonna come back and celebrate with beer. So it's not always like donating money. Sometimes it's just showing up and doing a good thing. Just cleaning up the neighborhood too, like doing a walk around a block and just picking up garbage and stuff. Um, that's what I'm hoping for, anyways. So, mm. Oh yeah, I didn't even talk about the flavor. Okay, definitely taste the whiskey as a back end, but it's a very like a smooth whiskey flavor, really pleasant. Definitely picking up that fruity, jammy, kind of plummy flavor. Really good, really balanced. Also, I can tell the bitterness. It's not super bitter, but there's that bitterness on the back end that kind of balances that sweetness, which is really nice. And it's very smooth and it's very clean. Mm, mm. Obviously, picking up a little bit of maybe a hint of chocolate, not much, but definitely picking up like the roastiness, toasty, a little bit of bready. But man, that's really pleasant. This is a dangerous beer, bro. I feel like if I lived in Monticello with you, this would be one of those ones that would be like after, because you drink one and then you drink another one and then another one because it's just so sweet and so smooth. And it's like not like too sweet and that it's like syrupy and thick. It's like the sweetness. Well, obviously there's a malty sweetness. Come on, where's my? Oh no, you know what? Okay, our mash is done. Uh, My sound is off. That's why. Okay, I didn't even hear my beeper. Here I am talking with y'all. Okay, and for time, so everybody knows what's going on. We're at 1 hour 54 minutes of stream. Um, um, okay, so we're halfway done. Okay, we're going to take a quick taster of this beer. Or the wort. We're going to taste it. We're going to Vorlauf. I'll explain that. We're going to sparge. we're gonna start the boil, and then the boil is like where it's gonna be busy because we're gonna be adding hops and more flock and all this other stuff. Oh, I was also gonna add. Okay, I want some input here because I was thinking of doing spices again. I was thinking of cinnamon and clove in this one because cinnamon is holiday-like, clove is also holiday-like. I didn't want to do like all the pumpkin pie spices from the pumpkin stout we did a while ago, but I was also thinking of doing like a little bit of peppermint. But I only have peppermint. I don't even know if I have peppermint tea, but I might. So let me know in the chat what you guys are thinking. Should I just keep it as is, where I just keep it um, just the basic beer, or should I add some spices to this thing? That's. Should I add clove? Should I add cinnamon? Should I try peppermint tea, or should I just leave it base what I'm doing? I don't know. You guys tell me. I think I kind of want to just keep it base because I've done a lot of spices lately. I don't know. You let me know. All right, let's do this. I'm gonna rinse my palate though. I'm gonna turn in my hydrate. Redeem a hydrate by myself. By myself with myself. Oh my blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh my goodness. Come on. My fingers are like numb. I can't hardly hold anything. All right. Let's move things around. Well, before we do that, let me get my cup. Okay. Let me show you guys what it's going to look like. Okay. Okay. Anyways, whatever. Let's see. Can you see this? Screen capture. Oh, that's not what I want. Camera 2. Oh, almost. Okay. So now we're going to take a look at that. Ooh. Oh, yes. Yes. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do a process called Vorlaufing, okay? Basically, we're just going to clarify the wort a little bit before we move it into our boil pot, okay? So what that means is we're going to use our grain bed as a filter, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take this pitcher, we're going to fill up a couple of pitchers with the wort that's in here, okay? That's that steeped tea that we talked about a couple of times. So we're going to do that. I don't need this anymore. I'm not trying to maintain temperature anymore. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a little bit of a sample. I got to fix this so you guys can actually see a little bit better. I'm sorry. Bear with me. Bear with me. We're going to do this. Okay, that looks good. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to take a small sample down here. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I'll make sure to bring it up so you can see. But we're going to open the tap down below, and we're just going to take a small, oh yeah, it's a good color. We're going to take a small sample, so a couple cups of it. And we want it to be a slow pour from the spigot. What that's going to do is it's going to help prevent, when it's slow, it's going to help, one, prevent any potential oxidation, which it's debatable whether that's actually happening at this part of the process or not, if it's going to affect the beer. But I think Dr. Hop and I agree that it probably isn't that big of a deal right now. But just in case it is, keep it nice and slow. And that's also going to help prevent channels forming in the grain bed. Because the big thing we want is we want there to be a full rinsing of all the grain in the bed. Okay, so look at that. Beautiful color. Woo! That's exactly what I was hoping for. And you could kind of tell a little bit, there's a little bit of particulate floating around. That's why we're doing this. So we're going to pour this back in. And I like to pour it all over the top of the grain bed. Try and keep it balanced. And then again, we're using the grain bed as a filter, okay? Oops, sorry. So the second runnings should be even cleaner than the first runnings. And all we're doing is just, making sure that grain bed is nice and settled, and we want there to be no channels in the beer, because again, the channels, like if I was pouring it really fast, then it would create a channel in like one or two spots, and it would just take all the wort from that location, and then there's sugars and flavor and color from all the rest of the grain bed that we're not going to be getting during the sparging process. And the beautiful thing about this is it smells amazing. So this is what we're going to actually taste. We're going to take a quick sample of this, and I like to take a sample of this. And this is my version of Angel Share, so you can see just a little bit. It's a little bit cleaner than it was last time. A little bit of particulate going into your boil pot, not a big deal. So if you're worried about that and you're like, oh, why am I still getting particulate in my Borlau for my pitcher? It's because it's not 100% foolproof, but that's what the Werflock tablet is for. And once you're done with the boiling process, you can whirlpool it, and a lot of that stuff's going to get caught at the bottom of the boil pot, and you don't have to worry about it going into the fermenter. But if it does go in the fermenter, not a big deal, because again, after fermentation, a lot of that stuff settles to the bottom. Not a problem. So don't get wrapped around the axle about that. So I personally do this like 4 times. That's just my own personal, I don't know, it's just what I do. And then from there, we're going to sparge. So this is Vorlauf, basically recycling the wort to clean it through the grain bed so that we don't have a whole lot of particulate going into the boil pot. Nothing super complex, not a hard technique. It's super easy. Again, we're just trying to have a nice slow flow from the spigot, which I know you can't really see. Maybe one of these days I'll do a brew day, and I'll like do some video where it shows like kind of up close and personal, like what I'm actually doing. But that won't be a stream day because I'll have to have different views. All right, so we're gonna take one last one. That was number 3, and then once we're done with that, we're going to taste it and sparge. And sparging is just basically rinsing the grain off and moving all that good stuff into the boil pot. And once we have enough of the wort in the pot, we're going to start heating it up. That helps to save time, and it's just more efficient, that kind of thing. Because another thing is, like right now, what I would be doing if I wasn't streaming is once I get the boiling process done, I would normally like take the grain and put it in the compost pile or do something with it and start cleaning. So I don't have a whole lot to do. But since I'm streaming, I always kind of push the cleaning off to the end, which makes for a longer day, but at least I can keep you guys entertained. All right, that looks pretty good. That looks pretty dang good. Look at that color. Just one last time. Beautiful. That's exactly what I was hoping for. I'm really excited that it turned out that way. So we're going to take a small taste of that. Look at that. Let's take a little bit more. Rubella, you just got back in time. Mr. Man fell asleep like, I don't know, 10 minutes ago. Okay, so we're gonna, and I also have Dr. Hops Merkleys. So I want you to try. It does smell really good, doesn't it? Okay. No, I have to boil still. All right, so here, this is the mash, the wort. So we're gonna, it's got a nice ruby red color, beautiful, and then it just smells really sweet and bready and grainy.
It does smell
caramely, malty. There's like a plummy sort of flavor. Oh my gosh, it tastes so good. Definitely bready, grainy, it's sweet. There's like a hint of caramel, but I don't taste that fruitiness that I thought I was smelling.
It's good.
Yeah,
It's very, like you said, it's sweet, bready.
Yep.
Definitely bready.
Yep.
I don't know what else to say about it.
Yep. I do have a slight taste of like there's like
I feel like the
hint of
mash
fruitiness.
always tastes like cereal.
Yeah,
Different
it does.
types of cereal.
Yeah, it
Like
does.
grape nuts.
Yeah, I agree. I saw Dr. Hop. You had something that you wrote down. Oh, you're.
It's got a slight bitterness.
I'm just sorry. I'm catching up on everything. Sweet, awesome. All right. So, Doctor. Sorry, I know. Oh, I see the big screen TV in the back.
Oh, I love that.
Okay,
So
so
you got your snow
yeah,
globe.
yeah. So I don't know which one is that.
It's probably that one.
Well, it's not. It's not.
Oh, because you redid it. Oh,
Yeah,
that's right.
because
You
I
already
just
did this.
reused
I
it.
was like, we don't have any more of those.
Yeah,
Like 3 years old.
yeah. So, Dr. Oppenstein, which beer was it? Was it the coffee? Was it the spicy ale? Was it the stout? I can't remember what that one was. It doesn't look stouty, so I'm gonna guess it's probably the spicy ale or the coffee. But tell me what you think. Tell me what you think, what you really, really think. Also, here's the Mercules. Amy, you want to try? This is the barrel aged Mercules. She's trying Dr. Hop's beer.
Hops.
Oh yeah,
Check this out. This shirt was too small for Austin, so I get to wear it.
the Copacetic Beer Factory. We're representing still. SP on the lid.
It still smells like
Oh,
your laundry detergent.
SP on the lid. So that should be spicy. Is it spicy? Does it taste like habanero?
Spicy or spiced?
Oh, I don't know. It should be.
It looks
I think
like spice to me.
it should be spicy. You tell me. Does it taste fruity, florally, habanero-y? No, it's okay. So it's the coffee one. Okay, well, tell me what you think, and I'm
It's
open
really
for all
good.
good feedback.
I like that. It's like a balance of like
Oh, it's so good. Master brewer, sensei.
balance of sweet and bitter.
Okay.
Good mouth feel on that beer.
Mm, 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 mm,
I always look at the
mm. Yeah.
side of the camera. You need to get out of your way.
Yep.
Go to, oh yeah. It's really nice out. It's so pretty.
Can you open the door for me? Maybe I'll I know, but at least I'll have some sun coming in. Some better light. Oops. Wrong. Okay. All right. Let's take a view of this. Oops. All right. So camera 2. Let's see if you guys can see the boil. Okay, cool. So here we go. I'm going to show you guys a couple things. So one, Dr. Hop, you tell me what you think of the beer. Break it down. Give me good feedback, whether it sucks or it's good, whatever. You just tell me. And two, we're going to start the sparging process. Okay, so I'm going to show you all a couple things. One is our tubing. We've got some food grade silicone tubing, and this is our little contraption. I don't even know what you call it, but it's like sometimes people have flywheels. This is just like basically it causes the water to spray out like a shower. And I'll show you what that looks like. This is going to move the hot liquor water through the grain. That's our sparge. We're rinsing it off. We're taking all that glorious color and flavor from the grain, and we're going to rinse off the grain bed, and then we're going to use this tube that goes into the boil pot, and this is what is going to move the wort into the pot. And then again, once we get enough beer in the pot, or wort, I should say, we're going to start heating it up, make it. Oh, that feels so much better with that sun. Anyways, that's what we're doing. Okay, so the biggest thing, and I'll show you guys. Biggest thing you want to do with the sparging process is you want the flow rate from the liquor tank into the mash to match the flow rate going into the boil pot. If you don't do that, you can run in. If you're going too fast, you're going to get a lot of particulate in there. Also, you're going to create channels, and you're not going to get a full like rinse. And then if it's too slow, if this is too slow and this is too fast, then you're going to run into also a potential stuck mash situation, which thank God I've never had that happen yet. But there's always a chance. So we try to. I always start from the bottom first and move my way up. Hey, dude, thanks so much. Cheers, Blood Boiler. Thanks so much for jumping on. Thanks again for the follow. Thanks for joining the chat. Rest well, my friend, and thanks for jumping on. It's great to see you. I'll try and wake up early enough to catch one of your streams one of these days. But yeah, rest well. It's good seeing you. We'll see you around, and thanks for joining the Discord as well. We'll keep up on the chat for sure. All right, let's do this thing. Okay. So I'm going to show you the flow rate from camera 2, and then I'm going to show you the sparge. Okay, so I got a small amount of beer going in, right? It's not a ton, but we're getting it in there. So now what I want to do is, since it's already starting to go down, I'm going to show you up here. This is our sparge water, okay? I want it to match as much as I can the flow rate of the wort down below. So we're just going, I always move this around because I can never, here's a problem. So if I want it to have like that big spraying effect, I need to turn the water on really high, like have it be a high flow rate from up top. And then it just kind of messes things up. So I just try to match the flow rate, and I just use the tubing to do a nice, even, balanced kind of rinse over the grain. If I start seeing like water, like a water layer starting to form over the grain bed, then I'm like, all right, that's too much. So I'm gonna slow it down. So it's already starting to fill back up. So I think this is a pretty good balance right now. Sorry, I'm making you sick, but it's just a fine balance. You just gotta play with it for a while. This process, the sparging process, should take about whoops, should take about like 20 to 40 minutes depending. Okay. So anyways, that's what's going on in mash right now, or not the mash, but that's what we're doing, the sparge process. And I think we need to speed this up just a tad. Just pay attention, watch it. You can also slow things down below, which I might do just a tad. There we go. It's hard to know, but you can see it starting to flow. In a minute, yeah, I gotta slow it down. It's already at like a gallon, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with what we're doing right now. So in a minute, I'm gonna start heating up the wort. You can see it's already kind of whirlpooling a little bit, which is cool. One thing that I'd recommend for people is when you do start the boiling process to kind of off center the boil. So you get the flames on one side over the other. The temperature in the pot should be even anyways, but what it's going to do, it's going to create like this convection. And so what you do is you put your hops in, and then it's just going to kind of rotate, and it's going to move all the way through the beer. So that's one thing that I highly recommend, is just offset the pot just a little bit over the flames so that you get that nice convective boil, and it causes the hops to go around in a circle. So we're at 1.5 gallons. Flow rate up top is a little fast, so I'm going to slow it down just a tad. This is one of those things that you really don't need to rush. Don't want to rush. You want it to be good. Like a good rate. Anyways, I don't know if you can see a better. Look at that. Look at that color. That says holiday all over it. Gosh, that's good. I definitely taste the fruitiness and like the plumminess. For those of you who have eaten like the malted grain before you brew, you'll know what I'm talking about. Like you can smell it and taste it, like chew on the grain a little bit. All right, we're 2 hours and 15 minutes. Okay, whoops. I just don't have a whole lot of space in here. Okay. Okay, so for those of you who are just jumping on or who're still here and you're like wondering when I'm gonna be done, usually I hit the 4-hour mark, but I think it's probably gonna be about like 3 hours and 45 minutes. So We're going to heat the water up. We're going to start the boil. The boil is 60 minutes. We're going to add our hops and Werflock at that point, and then we're going to uh, turn the heat off, and then we're going to chill it. And then I'll be done usually at that time because the chilling is just boring. There's a lot of waiting during the brewing process, so I know these live streams. I appreciate y'all jumping on, even if you're lurking in the background. I love it because I know there's just a lot of slow time. It's just more fun when you can be together and drink beers and chat. And that's basically what we're doing here. We're just hanging out, enjoying friendship and conversation. So also, yeah, yeah. Any questions from anybody about the beer process or anything, or maybe a very like, what's a good thought for the day, like a word of encouragement. Word of encouragement for the day. My word of encouragement is even if it's cloudy, it's always sunny. Uh, it's, it's always sunny. I always think about that because I'm a pilot. So when I'm on the ground, it's like today, it's beautiful, it's sunny. I'm glad I'm home. I'm not needing to be working. I get to be around family. But then on those days when it's just like dark and gray and wet and cold, and you're just like, ugh, the deep dark depression kicks in real fast. Um, I just like to think that it's still sunny, like during the day, even though it's cloudy and cold and gross. It's like you get above the clouds and it is sunny, and I love that. And I think that's my word of encouragement. Just even if it seems dark and cold and miserable and depressing, just remember that the sun is still shining. It's all good. It's all good. You're still alive. You're breathing. It's good. Life is good. And cheers to that. Okay. Um. Anyways. Okay. Cool. I don't know. I don't really have anything else to say at this point, which might be a good um time to. My phone is like super slow because it's so cold outside. I should probably put it in the sun and let it heat up. Okay, we're gonna heat this. We're gonna start boiling the water now. Not water, gosh, wort. It's what it's called, wort. It's not beer until it's done with the fermentation process, y'all. Take it from me. Oh, come on. I don't know what's wrong with my matches, but they're being ridiculous. Also, if you're at high altitude, I think I'm gonna say this right, but when you're at a higher altitude, the things boil at a lower temperature. So it's kind of interesting, interesting thing. Just a random fact, random note. Um, what else was I gonna? I was gonna say something. Okay, uh, okay, we're gonna do the Fest beer. We're gonna do the Merkules. So we're still finishing up our Merkules. There's still a lot left, so we're gonna sip on it. But I did get a Fest beer because a festival. I can talk. I promise. Festival. Uh, it was a. It is a winter lager that is like a winter seasonal beer, kind of like what we're brewing today, and it's called the Fest beer. So I'm gonna open that one as well, and we could try that one out. And it's from a local brewery here in Salt Lake called Epic Brewing. And it's funny because Epic Brewing, I'm just gonna hopefully nobody here knows somebody from Epic, but if you do, hook me up with them because I'd love to meet with them. Fest Devious, a fall celebration. This is whoop, 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 Epic. All right, so they have this beer series called Exponential series, and I love the Exponential series. If you go to like Epic Brewing, you go to their brewery, they have beer that's okay. It's just it's good. That's it. Okay, you got your IPAs, you got your wheats, you got your stouts, you got your things, and it's just okay. And I should go back again. It's been a while, but I've just never been like a super like when people are like, "Oh, when I come to Salt Lake, where should I go get beer?" I never say Epic Brewing. It's just not my thing. I won't even say go to Uinta. I won't even say go to Shades or any of those places. My number one like go-to place that I tell people to go to is a brewery called TF Brewing. Templin Family Brewing is what the TF stands for. In my opinion, it's like the highest quality beer in Salt Lake, and they're just amazing. But that being said, Epic Brewing in the Exponential series, which only comes out in 22-ounce bottles, they're freaking amazing. It They made a beer, a saison. It was called Sage Saison, and it was one of my favorite beers, probably my number 2 favorite beer I've ever had. And I was like, oh my gosh, Epic actually made something good. But then I started trying all of their 22-ounce Exponential series beers, and they were all amazing. And I don't know why. So, uh, and I think part of it is because they don't have to hold back. So they're the higher um, alcohol content, um, which is awesome, and but there's just a lot more flavor, a lot more complexity, and it's just really, really fantastic. So, anyways, with that being said, let's try this Festivious fall celebration. I don't have a bottle opener, and when your hands are cold, it sucks to open bottles that way. Just saying. All right, so Festivious. I just got this one because I was like, oh, it's kind of like a holiday ale, kind of like what I'm doing. So look at that color, beautiful, beautiful color. It's a little bit lighter than ours. Probably, I would say an SRM of, I don't know. I think ours was supposed to be. Let me just take a look at our color. Our color was supposed to be. Where am I? Where am I? Who are these people? Um, we have an SRM of 13.6. I'd say this one's probably 10, maybe even 8. Got a good. My wife just cleaned up the dog poop. She asked, "Who wants to guess how many pounds of dog poop she picked up?" I'm gonna guess 15. He's got giant poops now. Anyways, sorry. This is a beer channel, not a poop channel. Yeah. Anyways, so it's a great color. It's got a retaining head, good carbonation. Ooh, wow. When I smell it, it makes me think of fall leaves, which is funny because I tried making a fall ale one time that smelled just like this, and it was one of the worst beers I've ever made.
Yeah.
Wow. Wow.
I smell metal.
I know. I think it's got to be altitude.
Like a light metal, not hot.
I'm tasting. So it's got a spiciness. I'd say that they probably have some rye in it, if I were to guess. But it's really clean.
Good.
It's crisp. It's got a dryness. The hoppiness is not really there. It's bitter, so they probably just did a bittering hop. But I don't think they added any flavoring aroma hop because I think most of the flavor and the aroma comes mostly from the grain, if I were to guess, and maybe the yeast. Hmm. There is a kind of got like a leatheriness to it, maybe even tobacco. Definitely tobacco. In fact, actually, it tastes like this bourbon I had last week if it had been watered down a lot. Wow, that's really good. Oh, wow, that is fantastic. Okay, so I am gonna guess that they put some. So they used hops that probably. I'm gonna guess that they use something like Nugget or Fuggle or even Pearl. Oh yeah, something that provides like a spiciness and a woodiness, but also just enough. They would probably just use it for bitterness, maybe even just flavor. Um, yeah, but man, that is fantastic. Okay, so the beer, the oops, I need it. I was not paying attention. Oh, I'm out of water up here, anyways. Okay, so it doesn't really matter. Sorry, I was so focused on my beer tasting that I didn't even pay attention to this. I'm trying to put the rest of my beer in. I sped up the process on accident. I got so distracted. I'm just gonna put it all in. All right. So I got all the sparge water in. I'm just gonna let it sit. It's not a big deal if you do that. I'm gonna show you kind of what our camera two is looking at. Sorry if I'm yelling. Oh, not looking at anything. I'm just joking. I apologize ahead of time for um, all of my mishaps with technology. Things that I need to improve. I know I need to improve on lighting, and I know I could probably improve on uh, content quality. I feel like I provide good content. I feel like I could just do it in a better way. So, if you're new to this channel and you like beer, this is the channel for you. If you have questions about beer, definitely jump on and say hey. Um, I'm going to be putting some more like focused content on YouTube at some point in time. If you miss a live stream and you want to go back and watch it, it'll be on Twitch, I think, for 14 days, and it'll be on YouTube indefinitely. Um, I'm trying to get into that YouTube market at some point in time. Um, so there's that. Uh, yeah. So, anyways, so I'm trying to improve my content. But if you're new to this channel and you're like, oh, I really love beer and I like what you're saying, but there's things that you can improve on, please tell me. I don't get offended. So if you're like, hey, your sound quality sucks, or your camera quality sucks, or your lighting sucks, if you're gonna tell me something sucks, just tell me how to fix it, because I'm a ding dong and I want to make I want to make good content, and I want it to be fun for y'all. So just help me out, do me a solid, join my Discord, and on the Discord, that's where we have all the talk about beer and everything. Just have good conversation. But I have a feedback, like suggestions, brainstorming feedback, that kind of thing. I've got a channel just for that. It's all open to the public. Right now, I don't really have anything subscriber based. I'm still trying to figure things out. Um, like if you're going to subscribe, I want to make sure I provide enough content for you to feel like the subscription is worth it. um, if you don't want to subscribe but you still really like what's going on and you want to support the channel in any way, I think I have a support me section. um, Maybe you want to be like, I like what you're doing, support, I want to buy some beer grains, cool, awesome. But there's no pressure. Like, I purposely said no to ads and things like that, just because I want it to be fun, I want it to be organic, I want it to be open to everybody. But if you feel like you want to support it, cool. If not, no worries. I'm just happy that you're here. It's enough support for me. Um, oh, that almost went in the pot. I'm gonna move it back just a tad. What I need is I need a space. I need a space. So when I start my brewery is going to be a twofold thing. It's going to be a streaming uh, place where I can have my cameras and mics and everything all set up, lights all the time, and then Number two, it's just going to be a place where I brew my beer. And then I'll have it all connected up to my bar, my tap room. It's going to be sweet. And so for those of you who are new to my channel, I am in the process of starting my brewery. I've been in talks with Dr. Hoppenstein. He's been helping me out a lot. And um, yeah, he's been a huge help. And so yeah, I'm trying to figure that out right now. We're gonna move first, get into a new house, get into a new space, and then from there I'm gonna start looking at like locations to start seeing if I can find a place where I can brew some beer. So if you're a follower of this channel and you want to watch what it looks like to go from home brewer to pro brewer, this is a channel for you. I'm still learning. I have a lot to learn. So every time I learn something new, I'm going to share it with you guys because that's what I do. I like teaching. Um, so I am reading. Where did I put that book? I don't know where I put the book, but it was a hot book. So I'm going to do a little bit of a talk on that on one. It'll be a short video because I don't need to go into super in depth on that, but talk about like where we get our flavors and aromas and things like that from, and bitterness. That's what hops are for. I've got a book on yeast and water and malt as well. I want to do some deep dives to really go into the science and the art behind beer because yeah, you can go find crappy beer. If you want to drink beer just to get totally toasted, go get the crappy beer like Budweiser, Kokanee, Bud Light, whatever, that kind of stuff. Like just waste your money, go do that. But if you're gonna get like good beer, like craft beer, like you're gonna get hit by it pretty hard. But just I want to help like teach and guide like the depth of art that is beer. Like there's so much here. Like this right here. Like I love this whole thing. Like I show you guys my recipe. It's like I always say when I build my recipes, I have an objective. Like, what's my objective when I'm building this beer recipe? Okay, I want people to taste this, smell this, and think about these things. Like when they're drinking this beer, I want them to think that they're sitting on a patio at the end of a hard day's work in the middle of summer. It's super refreshing. It's clean, crisp, and clear. Boom. Like that's my objective. And so like I have to sit there and take that and be like, okay, what ingredients do I need to put into this beer? What hops am I going to use? What yeast am I going to use? What style of beer? What grains do I want to put in this beer to make sure that I achieve that objective? And I love it. It's like art, just like baking, which is a good little segue into saying go follow Rob with two B's and Mocha Moo Bear. Rob has a baking channel. Rob with two B's. Go follow his channel. He did some eclairs recently, and they look freaking amazing. I saw Rob with two B's in person one time. It was great. We had a beer together, but I never got a chance to try his yummy goodness. But Rob, I'm I'm gonna be expecting some sweets next time I'm in Bewee. Um, whoop whoop. So I don't know how to do a shout out other than just telling you Rob with two B's. He's in the channel. Do I do shout out? Shout out at Rob. That's the one. Boom. Okay, there's my shout out. Rob with two B's. Go check him out, please. He's awesome. Uh, Good, solid dude. And that's one thing I love about this channel is like the people that happen to follow. Ugh, gosh. Okay, where are we at? Okay, I gotta stop. I gotta stop this. I gotta turn this off. Sorry, guys. I gotta just like I gotta do some stuff. I'm talking too much. I like you all too much. Jeez. Jeez Louise. I know I'm a goober, but you guys are way too much fun. Okay, what am I gonna do with this? It's like a little worm that's gross and wiggly and wet and sticky. Okay, where is my? Oh, it's inside. Okay, well, I'm just gonna stick it in here for now. We'll come back to that. Okay. Anyways, but what I love about this channel is the community. You guys are amazing, and it's a lot of fun. Got some good, solid people. Mocha Moo Bear, I haven't watched any of your streams yet, but I promise I will. And just so you guys know, Mocha Moo Bear, she if I'm wrong, baking. She also does baking, and she was working on some cookies today that she had to deliver in an hour. And hey, dude, thanks for that gift in the sub. That's awesome. Kaylee Capri, you got gifted. So thanks for that subscribe gift, Dr. Oppenstein. You're awesome. I really appreciate you. You guys are amazing. Like everybody who's on here is just super solid, and it's just to me, it's worth it to keep coming on here doing my thing, just because you guys are here. And one of my buddies was the one who was like, "You should live stream your brew day," and I'm like, "Why would I do that? I don't even know what live streaming. Whatever." But he told me to do it because he thought it would be a good motivation for me to um, like keep doing things. So, anyways, so cheers to you all. Y'all's is amazing. Y'all are amazing. All right, so we got. Let me show you what's going on. We're about to hit our boil. So now I'm gonna get my hops, which I need to get going with. We're doing ounces. So we're gonna do half an ounce per. Okay, we're gonna do ounce. We're gonna put some Pearl and Fuggle in, and I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like once I get the first set of hops in. Because it's kind of fun. So one of the things I learned, and I love that I finally learned this. It took me long enough to learn it, but okay. So I need half an ounce. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. Oh my gosh, it smells so good. All right. Okay. Last time I saw Yakima hops was when I was brewing with Rob with two B's. Not Rob with two B's. Oh my gosh, slap in the face. Sorry, I was brewing with Dr. Oppenstein. I flew out to Indiana, and I hung out with him in his brew place, the Copacetic Beer Factory, and we brewed Dr. Hoppenstein, his like world famous IPA, which I never had a chance to try, but I hope one day I will get a chance to try it because it sounded amazing. And everybody that I talked to that was there was like, "Oh man, Dr. Hoppenstein is the best. Like you're gonna love Dr. Hoppenstein." And sadly, I couldn't enjoy it. Gosh. Okay, that's close enough. That's close enough. All right, so we're getting close to our boil. Sorry, there's not much to see there. All right, so we're gonna put in our hop socks. So just so you guys can see, we're still a ways from the boil. But I got these hop socks. They're muslin bags that hold the hops in there, and we'll stick those into the boil. And for those of you who are interested to see what the hops look like, these hops are in pellet format. They look like rabbit food or something like that. These are very, very good. So one of the things that I learned from that book was that hop pellets are one, they're a little bit more potent when you're going to be using hops in a beer, but they also last longer and last longer than the hop cones. So, so like if you're using whole hop flowers, which I have, I'll show you what they look like. They don't last as long, and it also depends on the type of hop too. So like, um, the hops that I have on hand right now that are the hop flower, they have a very poor like life expectancy. I didn't know that, and I've been using it. They're like 2 years old now, but I was reading that book and I was like, oh man, I should probably get rid of those. They're a lot less potent. They Cascade's beautiful. It's very floral, very clean, um, lovely hop, but when it loses its potency and it's no longer got um, the potency that you want. One, you're missing out on flavor, you're missing out on bitterness, but most importantly, you're missing out on the alpha acids, which the alpha acids are there to help. They hops have an antibacterial, antiviral property, and so the higher the alpha acid, the the higher the protection you get in your beer. And so there's that, and then also the bitterness too, right? So the reason why we're throwing these in the boil is because we're wanting it to go through a process called isomerization. Okay, it's going to turn the alpha acids in these hops into isoalpha acids, fancy science terms, and basically the simple reason is the isoalpha acids are what add the bitterness to the beer. The other hop additions that we're adding at like 15 minutes and 5 minutes. The 15 minutes mark is going to be for uh, flavor, and then the later additions at 5 minutes is going to be for aroma. So we're just gonna that's when you add hops. So hops are for those three reasons. The number one reason is bittering. I can't have beer without hops. Two is aroma, and three is flavor. Or I should do flavor and then aroma. So yeah. So anyways, there's that. Yeah, I'm just trying to think of what else. Yeah. Um, but yeah, hops are amazing. Hops and yeast too. Like, I mean, think about this. Like when you're putting grain in beer, grain adds certain characteristics as well as flavor and color, right? So you're going to get bready aroma and flavor, uh, sweet, caramely, malty, sometimes fruity, depending on the grain. You might get toasty, coffee, chocolate, um, weedy, that kind of thing. You're going to get all sorts of variation, spicy even, maybe even woody or smoky, like this smoked um, grain that we put in. It's almost at a boil. Once we do, I need to put these hops in. And those are all things that you get from grains, right? And then you're getting most of the sugar from and sweetness and color from the grains as well. But then with the hops and yeast, that's where you're getting a lot more complexity for flavor and aroma. So like hops add bitterness. Okay, can't have beer without hops. And then you can choose to add hops at different varying times. So 20 to 15 minutes, even 10 minutes to the end of the boil, you add your flavoring hops, and those are the hops that have certain characteristics that are going to add flavor to your beer. Okay, so like citrusy, piney, florally, um, woody, spicy, that kind of thing. It's all going to add at that time. It, with the flavoring addition. And then when you get later into the end of the boil, and you're 5 minutes to the even flame out, you're going all the hops that you add at that point are going to be um, for aroma. So they're going to smell those same things that you're hopefully going to taste. And then depending on the yeast you use, sometimes the yeast will help amplify the flavors that the grains produce, or it might amplify the flavor and aroma that the hop will add to the beer, that kind of thing. And then the yeast itself might even add some flavor and characteristic um, to the beer that you can't get from hops or malt. So like things like crisp, dry, clean, um, sometimes citrus. Like it just depends. All right, so let me show you guys what's going on here, and then I need to take a bathroom break. Okay, so we got a boil going on right now. So we're gonna add our hops in right now. Boom, first hop addition, and I'm gonna start the timer for our boil. Run. 45 minutes from now, we're going to add our next hop addition. So I'm going to use my spoon. My spoon is too big. we're just gonna let that roll. I'm gonna make sure it doesn't boil over first, and then I'm gonna take a quick break, and you guys can entertain yourselves for a little bit. If you do home brewing, I recommend that you find friends to brew with. Way more fun. Swine Hunter, who is one of the followers and supporters of this channel, um, he was my brew buddy for a while. So you'll see that I'm blowing on it. That kind of helps prevent a boil over. Boilovers are messy and a pain in the hiney to clean up. All right. Oh, I didn't. Yeah. Anyways, there's that. Okay, so I'm gonna let you watch the boil. I really have to go take a quick break. So I'll be back. I promise. Thanks for those of you who are on still, lurking or not, whatever. Thanks for being here. You guys are awesome. And we're gonna go over some more beer stuff here. Think of some questions. Either send it to me on Discord or on the live chat. I'm also on YouTube, so if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to throw some chat in there. I am monitoring that as well. So, all right, thanks for all your support. I'll be right back. 2 minutes. All right. What's up, everybody? I'm back. Thanks for patience and waiting around. Obviously, you can see the boil. So remember, I told you to offset your pot just a little bit to kind of keep that convective boil going. It's going to cause you'll see the hot bag kind of like float around like that. Um, that's the whole reason why I recommend it. I read that somewhere and I was like, that's so brilliant. Some people are so smart. And I like learning from other people's mistakes. Mm, this fest beer is great. Um, all right, and Dr. Hoppenstein, um, what are your thoughts on the beer? I think I have my own personal thoughts on it, but I would really love to hear what your thoughts are on it. Mm, mm, so good, so good. I love I love beer. Mercules, dangerous, danger, the dangerous Mercules. I have to share the story about Mercules. So, um, also, Dr. Oppenstein, in addition to telling me what you think about my beer, um, be brutal if you need to. That's totally fine. I don't get hurt by that. But love the story of Mercules. So Mercules, he basically created this story about a uh, giant fish. What was it? What I can't remember what type of fish, but you basically there's like a lake or river or something like that, a reservoir right near where Dr. Hoppenstein lives and broods beer, and he was saying that, oh yeah, it's Mercules, and everybody's like, what? There's a giant fish, and so it's like turned into a thing where people actually think that there's a giant fish in the lake called Mercules, and I love it. So funny story, but I think that's one thing that Dr. Hop and I talked about a lot, was this idea that like with every beer, it's good to have a story that goes along with the beer because it just adds to part of the art, um, right? So it's like the whole Mercules creating this story of a giant freaking fish in this lake, reservoir, river place that everybody like thinks exists, and so it's like creating this legend that's not even real, but it's so awesome because it makes the beer that much better, especially if you know the story. But if you don't know the story and you just think that there's a giant fish out there and this beer is like in honor of that giant fish that doesn't actually exist, that's even better. But yeah, it's like going back to like the brew charity thing that I was doing, like when I was trying to raise money for our neighbor or our friend's little girl, like to help pay for the doctor costs and everything like that, like that was a story, you know. And so like in my brewery, one of the things I want to do is I want to have a wall of, I was going to call it like wall of impact or something like that, and basically I was going to have all of the labels of the beers that we brewed to raise money for certain things, um, to show the impact, um, and be like, these are all the things that we supported. Um, and then there's just like a story, right? There's a story, and it's like every single one of those labels, every single one of those beers was created, designed, and brewed to do something very specific. Um, and I just think that's so cool. So, anyways, yeah, story with beer is amazing. And so like one thing that I would really love to do at some point in time is like meet up with other brewers, which I should, dude, Dr. Hop, I should come back out. And I know you don't have the brewery going on, but we should do a brew day together. I'll bring my stuff out and we'll brew and we'll live stream. But then while we're brewing, I'll just interview your story, interview like the whole process of like when you got into brewing and why you did what you did, and the whole story about like Copacetic Beer Factory, the whole story, everything from beginning to where we're at now. And I believe with all of my heart that that story is not over. Um, just so you know. I think it's just like a pause, you know. So, um, but anyways, I would love to do that, and we could brew, and then I can interview you, and you'll be my first person that I interview slash brew with. That's a pro brewer. But I'd love to do that with other local breweries, even around the country. It'd be fun to fly out and just like meet with these people and hear their story and like all that stuff. So, Dr. Appetite, yeah, I created a local myth of giant catfish at the base of the dam. That's what it was. I love that. Mercules. Uh, I would have loved to see the artwork for that. Hey, if you still have the artwork, can you post that on the Discord? I'd love to see that. Um, for the beer label. I think he showed me at one time, and it'd be fun to see that. All right, I'm ready to have some Mercules now that we're talking about that. So I'm gonna be almost done with that, and go back to the Mercules. All right, now we got to start thinking about a couple things. One, our next hop addition, as well as when we're going to add our Werflock tablet. So remember the Werflock tablet. Let me go grab one real fast. Our Werflock tablet is it's a fining agent, and I don't even think tells me what all is in here, but it says kettle coagulant and fining agent. So it's got some Irish moss in it and some other things as well. Dr. Oppenstein, feel free to step in and add to it, because I don't know exactly everything that's in there, but it looks like a little pill, right? A little tablet. Irish moss that's in it, and I think it's mostly Irish moss or Irish moss powder. Irish moss becomes gelatinous in the boil, and when it becomes gelatinous, it starts to collect all the particulate, all the proteins, all of the hop particulate and grain particulate, just kind of like collects it all into these coagulations. Very weird word and gross sounding word. And then it all kind of falls to the bottom, so it helps to clarify the beer. That's what it means by fining, just clarifying the beer. Super nice. So anyways, that's what these Werflock tablets are. So we're adding that at 15 minutes. We're also adding at 15 minutes our wort chiller. So our wort chiller, it's just copper wiring. We're going to put it in at 15 minutes so it can sit there and warm up and basically get sterilized. Um, and then we're going to run cold water through here, and we're going to cool the beer down. And we cool it down to like pretty close to room temperature, which shouldn't be hard on a day like today because it's freaking cold. And once we get it down to room temperature, then we're going to take a gravity reading. So gravity reading, basically, just simplest terms possible, is that we're basically identifying the amount of potential sugars, not potential, the amount of sugars that are in the wort that will help us to determine potential alcohol. Now we need to have the beginning amount, which is estimated at this point. We'll identify it once we get it down to a cold enough temperature. We use two tools for that, which I'll show you. I got to make sure I don't miss this next hop addition though. We have a hydrometer or a refractometer. Both of them work really well. Hydrometer, in my opinion, is the best. I got a refractometer because my hydrometer, my first one, broke. And so I was like, I'm going to buy a really fancy refractometer. It works really well when you're on brew day, but afterwards, you can't figure it out because the alcohol kind of messes with the reading. So when you're trying to see if your beer is finished fermenting, you need to use a hydrometer. That's just the best thing. And hydrometers are cheaper, they're better, they're less fancy. Refractometers are good for helping you determine the amount of potential alcohol you can get, as well as the sugars that are available. So that's what we're going to do when we get it down to room temperature. We'll use a beer thief or wine thief, however you want to call it. Take a little bit of the beer. Once it's cool, we'll stick it in the beaker, and we're going to take a sample of it, and it should be good. We also have an estimated final gravity, which I'm just checking. Okay, we got 30 minutes to the next beer, or the next hop addition. So let me share with you. Let me screen capture. We're going to go to Beersmith real fast. Here's our timer. So our estimated gravity is right here. 1.071 is what we're hoping to achieve. In general, I usually get like 5 off from that. And it could be temperature, it could be lack of efficiency because of the equipment I have. I don't know. There's a handful of things that could affect that. Anyways, that's what we're trying to shoot for, which will give us a potential alcohol of 7.2%. And then our estimated final gravity is 1.017. Okay, so for those of you who are like, who cares about these? Well, I do. That's the short answer. And I care about it because, one, I want to know what the potential alcohol is, because that's going to help me know whether it's in profile or not. And then the other thing too is with finishing gravity, you notice the numbers are less. So like as the beer goes through fermentation, the gravity of the beer changes. It gets less. There's less gravity in it, less density, I should say. Because you think about like adding sugar to a beer or to water, anyways, it causes the density of the water to increase, right? So our hydrometer, because the fluid is more dense, the wort is more dense, it's going to cause the hydrometer to kind of float out of the wort a little bit more. When that sugar is no longer there, the wort will at that time will be beer is less dense because there's less sugar in it, so it's going to sink down a little bit more. And so when the beer is done fermenting, I take a reading of it and I want it to be within that range plus or minus 2. It's kind of like a personal number that I shoot for, um, because you want to know that it's done fermenting. If it's not done fermenting, do not bottle it, because I guarantee you will have exploding bottles, and you don't want to be near the exploding bottles, because I had 2 bottles explode in my kegerator and shards of glass went through the walls of the kegerator and cans. So it's not something to mess with. Like, it'll cause some damage. Ugh. Okay, time for some Markleys. Um, anyways, so there's that. All right, I'm gonna go back. I'm gonna go over this way and just grab my hops real quick. I gotta sit because my legs are getting tired. Whoopsie daisy. Okay, we need 0.25, I believe. 0.25 ounces. It's hard to know. You can only be so accurate, and it's not that big of a deal if you're not. I mean, you want to be as accurate as possible, but there's only so much you can do, you know? So try not to stress. And that's the other funny thing is like with beer, it's like, you know, large breweries, like one of my favorites is the Shoots. Um, Sierra Nevada's got some good stuff too. But they have like biologists. They have people who literally are, their whole purpose in the company is to like maintain consistency, quality control, maintain the yeast generations, because it's like yeast is one of those things that over time it evolves, like all things, like all of us. And I think what I've read before is you can get, if you use a yeast. So, for example, we're using our British ale yeast, 1098 from Y Yeast, for those of you who are curious. And I could potentially use that after fermentation at least another 2 to 3 times before it is no longer really going to produce the same characteristics as the original strain. It'll like slowly over time um, evolve. Um, but you have people in those larger breweries, because they have the money and the capability to do it, maintain consistency and quality. They have people who are literally biologists who maintain the strain of yeast, which is insane. Um, but then you also have chemists who focus on the water and all this other stuff. So on a smaller scale, like you either use tap water and you just roll with whatever you've got, or you water chemistry, like you start off with reverse osmosis or distilled water and you add what you need to do. It's just hard. So it's like I could brew the same beer here. Let's say I use the tap water here in Salt Lake, and then I go to Bend, Oregon. I use the water from there, and then I go to, let's say, Colorado Springs or Denver and Colorado, and I use those 3 different waters with this exact same recipe, and I keep it exactly the same every single time. It will come out different every single time because of the water. The water profile, I would say, next to cleaning and sanitizing, water is probably the most important part of the beer process, or beer brewing process, because you're getting all sorts of different minerals, and you're getting, um, you know, it's like the water in Bend is like straight from the mountains, so it's fresh. It's not coming from some river that they pulled the water out of the river and then they sterilized it and cleaned it and stuff. Anyways, so yeah, there's that. So it's crazy. Like all you got to do is just change things around and you're good. Okay, 45 minutes. So I'm gonna add my hops. I think I'm gonna add my wort chiller a minute earlier because I think. Oh, sorry, I gotta look back at this. So we're adding the next set of hops at 15 minutes to the boil, and then 5. So 15 minutes is when I need to add the Warflock tablet also. I should probably get that ready to go. Let me get this ready to go because I'm going to put that in at the same time as the hops. I'm going to go ahead and put the the wort chiller in a little bit early. Reason being, it's going to cool the temperature down a little bit. So I'll do like 5 minutes early. So when it hits 20, no, when it hits 5 to the next addition, that's when I'm going to add my wort chiller. So, yeah. Anyways, because we talked about gravity, we talked about the Warfuck tablet, the hop additions. Okay, I'm still waiting, Dr. Hop, on what your thoughts are on my coffee ale. I have my own personal thoughts, but I'm always open, so I'm gonna check real quick. Wow. I don't know if you all heard, but there was uh, an accident yesterday, an aircraft accident in Washington D.C. It wasn't American Airlines. It was a regional airline, PSA. I think that's Piedmont. Um, and just for those of you who don't know aviation, I'm also a pilot, so um, yeah, it was a pretty shocking thing to wake up to. Sorry to go on a deep turn, but yeah, it's hard. Looking at everything that I've seen, it looks like it wasn't pilot error or anything along that line. It looks like, well, I mean, on the end of the regional pilots for American, they were flying an American Eagle regional jet. It wasn't their fault, from what I understand. It looks like a helicopter might have. It was a midair collision, so it looks like a Black Hawk helicopter, military, was probably at fault based on some of the things I've seen, um, and crashed right into them. So it was the first like airline accident in the U.S. since 2009. So super tragic, and it's so sad, and it's scary too because it's like for me as a pilot, I sit there and I think, man, as a pilot, like those guys were on guys and gals, I don't know, were on final, and final approach means like they're getting ready to land. Um, everything was normal up to that point, and they probably had no idea what happened. They just fell out of the sky. So it's scary out there. That being said, like U.S. Airlines, we are the safest in the world. We do have some of the best pilots. I'm not just trying to toot my horn and be like America. It's true. Uh, we do have very, very high standards for safety, um, and things happen. And that was just like a really fluke thing. So um, hopefully none of you knew anybody on that plane, because this is just super tragic. So I don't know if you have time today, just take a moment to just send good thoughts or prayers to the families that were involved with that, because I don't know, super sad. Because you just don't know. You just don't know. It's like we we take everything for granted, I think, and I'm gonna get philosophical for a moment, but like we take everything for granted. It's like you just think you're gonna live forever, And the honest truth is, you're not. And nobody on this planet is going to escape death. Not to mean be dark, but it's like one of those things. It's just like I say that to say, like, make sure you prioritize things in your life correctly. Like, it's family, and it's your community, and it's your friends, and it's that over everything else. Work is great, making money is great, but don't prioritize those things, because it's like you just never know, you know. And I hope to God that I live to like 90 to 100, 120. I don't care. I just want to live as long as possible, but just, you know, you just don't know. So I think the moral of the story is just like, make sure you let people know that you love them. Let them know that they're more important, like family members and friends and things like that. Just let them know that they're important, that you're willing to put everything else in life on hold for them. Because, I mean, what else is there? It's like money you can always get. Life, it's like one of those things where it's like I like to think of it as a bank account. Every single one of us at some point in time when we're born, we get a deposit. We don't even know what that deposit is. We don't even know. But that, from the time we're born to where we are now, like, slowly residual. Sure. Oh, regards what? Oh, okay. Oh, is it? It's okay. Just turn it off. That's fine. It's good enough. Thanks. Anyways, um, tell your family you love them. If you're not close to them, make sure you find out how to forgive them or have them forgive you. Make amends. It's worth it. Worth it. Anyways, sorry, I don't mean to go like all dark and depressing, but like, I don't know. I just think about that. It's like, we take life for granted, you know? It's like I go out and I fly and it's uneventful. You know, that we always say that, like, it's 5% of our career that you're going to have things, engine failures, bird strikes, emergencies, that kind of thing. And that's what we train for, is that 5% of our career. But like what happened with these guys, it's like you don't no percentage is, it's just, it's unlucky. That's all it is. It's just like, it's unlucky, and it almost just super weird. Anyways, all I'm gonna end with, you guys are amazing. Like, I just love that I get to be here with you guys today, even though you're all in different parts of the world. um it's cool. It's cool. We get to sit here and chat, brew beer. Some of you are lurking because you're working, because it's in the middle of the week. That's awesome. I just appreciate you guys being here. um and yeah, the only reason I'm doing this stream is because of you guys, because you guys are worth it to just come on here, even if it's just for the one. That's one of my life things, is like, even if it's just for the one, like, what kind of how would I live my life differently if I knew that one action in my life would affect one person? You know, sometimes we watch those Marvel movies and we're like, I want to be a superhero. I want to save lives and affect everybody and change the world. It's like, you could also change one person's world. You know, you enter their life and you make an impact, hopefully a positive one, and you change the rest of the course of their life by a thing you said, an action you took, uh, sacrifice you made, whatever it is. Like, you did one thing and you changed their world. And so maybe think about that, even if it's just for the one. Maybe you don't change the entire world, but you change that one person's world. If you think about that, like, you have a lot more success in changing the world, right? Anyways, so philosophy and beer. You start throwing beer inside me, and I start getting all philosophical. That's what I love to do, is like have good conversations. I love going to breweries that have like nooks, and I want my brewery to have nooks all over it, so you can have those conversations, those deep conversations, those hard conversations. Mm. And drink beer like Mercules, brought to you by Dr. Hoppenstein from Copa City Beer Factory. Mm. Anyways, all right. Thanks for letting me do my like spiel. let's get back to beer. All right. I might have mentioned this already, but I'm really excited for summer. Like, really, really excited for summer. I'm ready to sweat and not be cold. Yeah. Yeah. Actually, okay. I love it. I hope you're having fun gaming. What are you playing, first of all? It's a great day to game, I'm sure. And yeah, the coffee. So I use my friend's coffee. He jumps on Twitch every once in a while, and his handle is Hush Hush Coffee. But he actually has a business out of Bend, Oregon, called Hush Hush Coffee. And he and another one of my friends, they basically have a subscription based coffee company that's similar to what I want to do with my beer, is create community. And so if you go to hushhushcoffee.com, you can order it. It's like $35 a month, which for some might be expensive. I just support him because he's my friend and I want to see his business succeed. And they're growing, but their coffee is really good. And we get 2 pounds of coffee, which is 2 bags of coffee every month. We get it usually by the second week of the month, and then it usually lasts us like 2 weeks. So bag a week basically. I wish it lasted longer, but it's really freaking good. The one that I put in there, it was if I recall correctly, it was a Colombian roast, and it had super, like, it was very earthy, um, and it actually had like kind of spicy notes as well. So it was really good. Anyways, my wife, Rubella, was not very pleased when I used as much coffee as I did for that beer. But you know what? It doesn't matter because it turned out great. She still gets to enjoy the coffee. Well, got to enjoy the coffee through the beer, one way or another. Well, um, is there anything you would change or anything you would recommend me changing? Just for all y'all who are wondering, what the Sam Hales and coming up next, we still have about 10 minutes until we add our next hop, and like 6 minutes until we add our wort chiller. I want to make sure that the boil comes back up to temperature after I add the wort chiller before I add the hops, because I want there to be that boiling that happens. Um, so let's see here. Yep, 6 minutes. So, is there anybody new on the channel who has yet to say hi? Uh, please say hi. Let us know of your presence. Okay, I'm not much into scary things. I used to love scary things, scary games, scary movies. When I was like in 5th grade, my buddies and I went on the binge and we watched every single scary movie that was available at the time, which was like Poltergeist 1, 2, and 3, The Omen 1, 2, and 3, like Salem's Lot. What was it? Interview with the Vampire, like all these creepy ass movies. And you know, and man, we went on this kick. But anyways, long story short, a couple years ago, my brother's like, "Hey, bro, I found a good game for us to play. It's super scary." I'm like, "Okay, sure, why not? It'll be fun with you." And it's called Phasmophobia. If you've not played that, I recommend. If you don't like scary things, do not play it. It is absolutely terrifying. I had nightmares, and I'm a freaking grown adult, and I still had nightmares. Um, it's a lot of fun. I screamed a lot and I laughed a lot because I screamed as much as I did. But it is terrifying. You basically are ghost hunters, and you're running around in these houses. Some of them are like creepy prisons, creepy schoolhouses. Some of them are like modern day, like houses built in the 80s or something like that. And you're just like walking around in these places. And some of them are super scary and some of them aren't that scary. But I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter how modern the freaking house is and it doesn't look scary at all. They can get scary as all get up. But anyways, you're ghost hunters and you're trying to find out what type of ghost is haunting the house. But of course, lights go out and you have to go in the basement. Of course, you have to go turn on the lights. And then every once in a while, the ghost starts hunting you and lights are flashing and you can't run. Like, your character is like stupid and slow and just walks. And it's just like, dumb. So you're like walking, it's like a nightmare. You're walking and you try and find like some sort of shelter and you just sit there and quietly because they can hear you talk. So if you have your mic, you just sit there and you're like, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Like when the ghost is hunting you, you shut up, you don't say anything, and you go hide. And if the ghost finds you, terrifying because it makes like the grudge sounds like the and then you're dead. And then you can't talk to anybody anymore. Um, Try Demonologist. It's like phase, but better graphics and more jump scares. Maybe. Maybe. I'm such a I'm such a sissy these days. Like I feel like as I get older, I get more sissy-ish. Like I don't like blood as much anymore. I don't know where that came from. I've had no problem with blood. I'd sit there and give blood in the first aid, like Red Cross. I'm sitting there pumping. I'm like, look at that blood. It's coming out. Blood. And now I'm just like, oh my god, blood. I get all woozy and gross and lightheaded, and I can't think straight. That's what I think. And with ghosts back in the day, like old scary videos, I'm just like, oh yeah, Poltergeist isn't scary. Nowadays, I'm like watching it, and I'm just like, oh my god, don't, I can't look, I can't look. Or like The Shining, the morality sets in. Oh, mortality. Yeah, uh, mortality. Ain't that the truth? Mortal Kombat. Okay. Anyways, I love it. Yeah. Okay, 8 minutes. So in 3 minutes, I'm gonna add my wort chiller, let the beer come back to boil, and then we're gonna add the next set of hops. I don't know why it feels. It's great to have you all here. It feels long. We're gonna be done at like 1:30. I still have to chill. I'll probably be done at 3:30. It's a whole day ordeal for me. Maybe 2:30 if I can speed up. Oh, after I have a couple of beers, it makes things go way slower. Well, it's 1 o'clock, so I can officially say it's my beer 30. Great beer, man. Merkley's is great. Mm. Mm, 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 mm. Yep. Okay. All right. Okay. I want dad jokes. Somebody, we're gonna do this. Okay. Everybody who's here, we have 5 viewers. Okay. We have Dr. Hop. I think Rob, you're lurking. Big Juicy Cat, you might be lurking as well. I should say I know that Blood Boiler, he's lurking, but he's not here because he's sleeping. But he decided to lurk just to help out, which appreciate that. And then Portosaurus Max. That's Dr. Robinson as well. Oh, Mocha Moo Bear. Mocha. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. Mocha Moo Bear. Did you get the cookies out in time? And what kind of cookies were they? Were they sugar cookies? Were they ginger snap? Chocolate chip? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I totally didn't. I saw Dr. Hoppenstein, and then you guys have the same color name, and I didn't realize that was you talking about Try Demonologist. You have to hop into a doctor's appointment, so I gotta head back to lurking as well. No, you're fine. Did sugar cookies with a fondant on top being decorated by a client. Ooh, ooh, that's awesome. Well, I hope your doctor's appointment goes well. I appreciate you lurking. Um, if you're waiting and you still have some time, send me one of your best dad jokes. Dr. Oppenstein, send me one of your best dad jokes. Rob with 2 B's, I know you're here, lurking in the back. Send me one of your best dad jokes. And then I've got one. It's not great, but it's I it's something. But anyways, I appreciate you, Mocha Moo Bear. Thanks for being around. Okay. Okay, let's see. Where are we at in the time? Okay, 5 minutes. I'm gonna just do this. So, because it's freaking cold, our temperature is gonna drop a lot when I add this wort chiller. So it dropped. Let's see. I guess it didn't drop too much, but I'm gonna stick it in just a little bit early. Just one, sanitation, and two, so when I get the hops and Warflock in, we're golden. You know, sugar cookies are so freaking good. I have a story about sugar cookies. So, Mocha Mia beer, yeah, me too. I can't remember any of them. I always have, they're all like situational for me, but I have one. The one I can think of is, okay, we'll say it. That's fine. Sometimes the simplest ones are the best. I'll share mine after you. What do you call a group of line cooks? A group of line cooks. A herd. What? Hey, Ask 4. What's up? Welcome to the Speakeasy Brewer. Sorry, we're hey, thanks for the follow. Also, we're brewing beer. Let me show you. Since you're new to the channel, let me just show you what we're. Let me show you the boil. This is what's going on. Oh, never mind. I'm joking. There we go. My cameras are a little bit of a mess, but that monstrosity of metal that's in that pot is a wort chiller. So we are. That's what we're going to use to cool our beer down once the boil's over. We're going to be adding some hops here shortly in a Werflock. Um, yeah, we're just brewing beer. That's what we do here. We brew beer. We drink beer. This is beer from one of the people who's actually watching right now. His name is Dr. Hoppenstein. He brewed this beer. This is a barrel-aged imperial porter called Mercules, and it is fantastic. Mm. So yeah, do beer reviews. We brew beer. We build beer recipes, that kind of thing. Um, so since you're new to the channel, if you have any questions about beer, I'd be happy to answer. Hopefully, I can answer it. But glad to have you. Thanks again for the follow, and thanks for jumping on here and saying hi. It's awesome. I try to do 2 beers, like brew 2 beers a month, and oftentimes I'll try and jump on and at least do either bottling or kegging or something just to kind of keep things fresh and up to date. But if you have any questions, please ask away. Um, you came on at a good time. We have like, I'd say 30 minutes left, give or take 30 minutes left before I turn things off, mostly because it's just boring after that. I mean, there's a lot of waiting and sitting during a brew day. But I decided to do the live streaming thing because I like having conversation with people and building community. And it's like, oh, you do have a question? Okay, ask away. But I like community. I like drinking beer with people. I like brewing beer with people. If you do home brewing, might as well have people around. Okay, shoot. I'm ready for your question, I think. Yeah, the Faroe Islands? Is that where you're from? I'm trying to remember. That's the Canary Islands. Faroe Islands off South America? I might be dumb. Let's look this up. Oh, off the coast of Portugal, huh? No, archipelago of Denmark. Yes, I have heard of them. I didn't know they were off the archipelago of Denmark. Let's see, maps. Whoa. All right. Okay. Hold on one second. I have to add my hops real fast. Let me come back so you guys can see what's going on. Um, I have heard of the Faroe Islands. I didn't actually know their location. So we're adding our next set of hops in and our Werflock tablet. That's awesome. Well, welcome. Thanks so much for jumping on and joining us from the Faroe Islands. Um, One of my followers, earliest followers, is Sumgoner. He's up in Denmark. I believe he's not here right now, but where was he? Where was he at? I'm trying to remember. He was in. If I think he was outside of Copenhagen. No, that's not right. I think it was. I think it was Copenhagen. Anyways, I could be wrong. But that might be Sweden, right? I don't know. It looks like Denmark. I don't know where Denmark and Sweden separate. Anyways, that's awesome. Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us. It's probably what 8 hours, 8 hours ahead for you. Let me ask, how do you? Uh, that's a good question. I don't know. I've heard about the Faroe Islands from my early geography classes, but again, obviously, I didn't know the exact location because I know the Canary Islands. I think Easter Island, maybe that's the one I was thinking of, is off of the coast of South America. But I had heard about the Faroe Islands. I had somebody one time tell me that I needed to go to the Faroe Islands because they were absolutely gorgeous. But based on the location, I can see it being beautiful. Um, let's see. I can pull up images. It looks really pretty. It looks amazing, actually. Um, yeah. Kingdom of Denmark, early ninth century. The photos look amazing. I'm just checking out the towns. Look at that! Holy smokes! Okay, so let me show you all what I'm looking at, so y'all can see. We're gonna screen capture. Here's the Faroe Islands. This is where Akas 4 is. Check that. Look at that. Doesn't that look beautiful? I feel like it's got like kind of like an Iceland feel. Oh, you know what? I think the Faroe Islands. I remember it from Planet Earth. I think they talked about it at one point. Look at that! Holy smokes! Is that a real photo? That is trippy. What? There's like a lake up here, and then the ocean. Wow. I need to come out there. Tell you what. Oh yeah, this little cute little bird. Some beautiful women. Looks like they've got some rock there too. I'll have that. This kind of rock and that kind of rock. That. Wow. That's amazing. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I would love to. Puffins. Yes, thank you. That's the word. Yes, that's the word I was looking for. I think I saw. Yeah, beautiful. Dude, that's awesome. So you live there. Okay, what city do you live in on the Faroe Islands? I'm super curious. And while you're doing that, I got to get ready for my next Hop Edition. So I'll come back here in a second. I'm just going to do some multitasking. So I got to put the rest of my hops in. I decided I'm not going to do any of the spices that I said I was going to do. I was going to do cinnamon and clover, but I think I'm just going to keep it simple. I think the hops and the smoked malt will probably be good enough for what I'm wanting to do. Torshavan, Torshavan. How, did I pronounce it correctly? All right, let's look at that. Let's look that up. Let's find out where you're at. Maps. Okay. Oh, there it is, right there. It looks like one of the biggest ones. Torshavan. Torshvan? I don't know if I see a hospital. That looks like a. Yeah, let's see if we can. Looks like a nice port city. Looks beautiful. You have an Irish pub there. Looks really pretty. I bet it's really cold right now. I love it. Well, hey, thank you so much for jumping on from the Faroe Islands. That's cool. I have to say, we have people from Germany, Denmark, Britain, Singapore. I think that was where uh Yoshi somebody's from. And then we have somebody. We have now two. We have somebody from Denmark, some Goner, and then I guess that you're part of Denmark as well, from the sounds of it. So that's awesome. Oh, from Nolsoy, one of the islands. No kidding. Okay, cool. Well, I have to say, one of these days, I do want to do a Speakeasy Brewer World Tour. I've met with Dr. Hoppenstein. I've met with Rob with two B's. I have some friends out in Germany that I need to get out to. But I would love to come out to Denmark. Oh, we actually had somebody from Norway too, I think, which I love. We had a couple. We have a couple people from Canada as well, Bentorius and Blood Boiler. Where else? Do we have anybody else? I can't remember. I think the rest of the people that I know that follow, we have 70 people, I think, those followers. I don't know where everybody comes from. I know Denmark, Indiana, and Dallas, and Maryland in the United States. Yes, I am often on Discord. I actually have a Discord chat um, channel. There's a link on my page, my Twitch channel. Um, Jump on and join. I'd love to continue chatting with you. You can either DM me or just join in the group chat. We talk about beer. We talk about life. We basically do everything together. We're kind of a big deal. Um, yeah, we have a lot of people from a lot of different places doing a lot of different things in life, and it's awesome. So would love to have you on that chat. And yeah, sweet, right on, dude. Thank you. Hey, welcome. Thank you so much for jumping on. Um, if you have any questions about beer, or you just like beer in general, this is a place for you. But we just talk about everything, man. Like, so anything. I'll talk about anything. I don't get offended. I like talk about all the things. Um, and I appreciate you joining the following on Twitch, and also joining the Discord. So yeah, I try to stay. I fly a lot, so I try to stay on. I try to brew twice a month. That's my goal, and I try to do like one extra like day of content with you all if I can help it, if I can make it happen. Um, and so yeah, we either do like a keg, we go over kegging beer, bottling beer, or do a beer review, or do a recipe. We build a recipe. So we just kind of do all sorts of things. But yeah, I'm so happy to have you part of the community, man. It's awesome. Welcome, welcome, everybody. When he's on Discord, please welcome, and just make sure. I said he. He might be a she. I don't know. Okay, no worries. Hey, that's all good. And honestly, like, it's it's not worth it to get totally plastered. Let me just put it that way. Okay. Um, yeah, it's not a sad thing. Don't worry. Just wait until you're legal. It's totally cool. You're not missing out on anything. It's not like this super secret thing that only adults know about. Um, it's I'm sure you've had a taste of beer or liquor at some point in time in your life. All right, next top is going in. Um, But if I can teach anything, I would love. Oh, my camera fell again. I would love to just teach that there is an art to um, all the alcohol. Um, I personally like. I didn't really drink anything. I did have wine when I was younger. My parents always let me to have a little taste, that kind of thing. And I think my I had friends in college that helped me get wine, you know, and it was fun because you're experimenting and stuff like that. But honestly, like, dude, it is an art. Like, and if I could share anything like wine, spirits, beer, I had this one guy one time tell me, he said, um, drink in moderation, but when you drink top shelf. So all that means is don't drink often, but when you do drink something, make sure you drink something that's really, really good. Um, and for I don't know why I remember that, but I always thought that was really profound because it disarmed so many things. Everybody thinks that like getting totally plastered is super fun, and it's like, don't get me wrong, I've had my moments. I'm sure all of us have had our moments, but um, but man, you get older, you do not want to get totally plastered. You takes days, like a day, maybe two, to totally recover. It's totally not worth it. It's like, but if you enjoy it and you go for like the fine wines and the fine liquors or the fine beers, like really good beer, good drinks in general, like man, it's such a pleasure. And I think if we were to change it around to being like something that totally like it's fun to totally get plastered to like it's really fun to go deep into the art that is alcohol. I mean, because alcohol, I mean, let's be honest, it's a poison. There's a reason why when you drink beer or liquor or wine, if you drink too much, your body's less like, hey, this isn't good. We're going to make you get sick. There's that whole thing. So, um, yeah. Anyways, it's an art, man. Um, I will. I love going over how to build a recipe and why I build it the way I build it. Um, and I love to go into the depths of like flavor and aroma and all that stuff. It's just to me, it's an art, and I love it. So like when I go to a brewery, I don't go there to just like find the most alcoholic beer possible so I could get totally plastered. I just like I'm gonna get a taster. Like I want a flight. I want like 5 different beers from the selection, everything from like the lowest alcohol point, maybe even up to the highest, just to try it all. Because beer is so unique. Like there's so many different profiles. Wine is so unique. There's so many styles of wine too, and they're just it's wild what you can do. You got liquors, right? And then you have cocktails. It's just like it's this wide world of art, and you'll have your moments. You'll have your moments, but if I can encourage you to just enjoy it in moderation and drink really really good stuff and not waste your time on crappy things, I that's my encouragement to you. I want you to have good stuff. You do fish in the summer. That's good. Okay, so I had a friend who was in high school he worked on a fishing boat in Alaska. Do you um is that more of like a hobby or do you actually do it for pay? Like, do you join a fishing boat and just go out into the ocean and just like are out there for 3 months fishing for fish? I'm curious. Sweet. What kind of fish do you fish for? I don't even know what you have up there. If it's the same as what we have down here, like we have trout, bass, bluegill, and a bunch of others that I don't know. Those are the ones I fish for, anyways. Sturgeon, salmon, that kind of thing. Halibut, steelhead. Yeah, I'm curious. What do you guys fish for up there? And for timing for everybody, just so you all know, I am almost done. The boil is going to be done in three, two, one. Okay, there's our timer. Um, All right. So that's flame out. So hey, that's totally fine. Uh, do you do fly fishing? Do you do like bobber fishing or I don't even know all the types of fishing. I've tried fly fishing once, but I've caught 2 rainbow trout with the fly fishing, and then my dad used to take us to go bass fishing. So, anyways, sorry, we have a random person in the neighborhood that I don't know, and they're in a really fancy car, which is not normal for this area. uh, so I'm kind of curious. Sorry, not to be. Anyways, um, dude, fishing's a great hobby. Fishing is a great hobby. I tried getting myself into fly fishing just so I can see what it's like because I thought it was super meditative. Really, really relaxing and stuff like that. Um, Alrighty. So here's what we're gonna do. The beer's still hot enough. I'm gonna do my beer thief. Let's do this. Let me show you my screen capture. Make sure my camera's not dumb and all knocked over. Awesome. Hey, that's a great hobby. That's a great thing to do. I've always enjoyed it. So let me show you guys. Sorry, that was the wrong one. It's kind of getting near the end of my day. Okay, so I'm going to show you guys what we're going to do here next. Okay, so we're going to take our wine thief, beer thief, whatever you want to call it. Everybody has a different name for it. And basically, what we're going to do is this is our beer thief. Okay, it's like a straw, glass straw. And here's our beaker. Okay, we're basically going to go in and we're going to collect some of the beer and we're just going to let it chill. It's also, I'm doing it now while it's hot because it will be sterilized and I don't have to worry about it not being sterile at this point. Because the big thing about beer is if you're not sterilized or sanitized or whatever, and you start interacting with the beer, you start running into issues of like potentially ruining the beer. Start getting off flavors and all sorts of other weird things that you don't want because that starts to become like a waste. Anyways, look at that. Beautiful color. We're going to let that cool and settle for now. Um, while we're doing that, the reason we're going to let it cool and settle is because I want it to be room temperature for uh, for me to take a gravity reading, and that gravity reading is going to help me to know how much alcohol is potentially going to be there. It's also going to help me to understand like what potential alcohol and the beginning of like the fermentation versus the end of fermentation. Um, but we're going to let everything chill. I'm going to show you a couple more things. I don't have my yeast starter out here right now, but I always do a yeast starter. So let me go get that so I can show you guys what I'm talking about. And give me 2 minutes because I'm also going to use this as a bathroom break. So I apologize. I've been here for 4 hours, so I got to take a minute. But I'll be right back. I'll bring my yeast starter so you can see what it looks like. Um, what we're going to do next is chill the beer. We're going to pour the beer in a fermenter. And we're going to add the yeast, and then it'll go into the fermentation process, which should last. It'll be done fermenting probably in about a week, but I let it sit for like another week or two to let it do it, kind of fine tune and condition a little bit. We call it diacetyl rest. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I told you guys I'd show you guys the yeast starter. I always make a yeast starter just because um, it definitely helps. So you can see it's not been spinning for a while, but you can see the yeast is down below, and the rest of it's just kind of like a mini beer that I made. And then I just do this because it multiplies the amount of the yeast, so it doubles it basically. So I start with 100 billion yeast cells, and I go to um, 200 billion yeast cells. It just helps me to have a more efficient fermentation as well as a faster fermentation start. And so that's what that is. Wow. You know it's cold out when your water bottle has been sitting out for 4 hours in the cold and you get brain freeze from the water bottle. Okay. Um, anyway, so we're going to cool it. I'll show you one more thing. Do you want to hear a name that doesn't fit the animal? Yeah, I do. I feel like it would be like a bearfish or something. All right. Um, while you're a Bombay duck. That does kind of sound weird. Bombay, like a Bombay door. Um, interesting. Does it like dive out of the sky to go after fish or something? All right, let me show you guys what I'm going to be doing next. In fact, I need to go get my sanitizer. So it's one more thing I need to do. Let me go get that too. Sorry, I've got one more thing. It's a fish? What? No kidding. Okay, learn something new every day. There's a fish named Bombay duck. That is super bizarre. Okay. Let me go get my sanitizer and I'll show you what I'm gonna do next. Oh, it smells so good. My muscles are so sore. I love you. Thanks for letting me do this. I know it's annoying. It's stupid. Okay. I know you guys were with me that whole time. I just when when in doubt, just make sure you let your wife know that you're thankful when she lets you do things. There's been some hey, thanks for the hydrate. I need to hydrate. Um this honestly is not stupid. I just say that because sometimes I think she thinks it's stupid. Um I enjoy hanging out with you guys. It's totally worth it for me to spend it with you. All right, let me show you guys real quick. So this will be the last thing, and then I'm gonna end it. Okay, so let me show you guys. I know my garage looks like hell, but this right here is the fermenter we're gonna be using today. Okay, it's got an airlock hole. So this is our airlock. We're gonna fill it full of sanitizing fluid or alcohol. Sometimes I use really cheap vodka. So what we're gonna do is I rinsed this out with some cleaner yesterday. So what we're gonna do is we're going to fill this with some sanitizing fluid, which is Star San. We're gonna sanitize everything. So I usually make sure it's the Star San covers everything that's gonna touch the beer potentially. This, the lid in case it's a very aggressive ferment, and all the way around. So sometimes I'll put the Star San in, I'll seal it totally up, and I'll block that hole, and I'll just shake it, make sure it touches everything, and I do it for like a minute and a half to 2 minutes, and then I dump it all out, and then try to get as much of it out as possible, and then I'll pour my beer in, and then I'll just dump it in. It allows there to be an addition of oxygen to the beer, which is good for the yeast health. The yeast needs sugar and oxygen. So sugar is food, oxygen just kind of keeps them alive, as far as I know. And we're gonna try and maintain temperature. So I have a thermometer. So right now it says it's like 43 to 39, 46 to 39. But this thermometer helps me to know that it's staying within the temperature range that I need it to be for this particular beer and this particular yeast. Um, Temperature control is probably the most important thing in all the beer, I think, because if you don't do it right, you're gonna you're gonna run into weird off flavors and it's gonna ruin your beer. Ask me how I know. Um, so remember I told you, so we got this beaker full of beer. We're gonna let it chill down to room temperature. So it's still pretty hot. It's gonna take a while. So I don't need to take it right now, but we're gonna use this handy dandy tool, which is called a hydrometer. And this is gonna tell us the gravity of the beer, which should be plus or minus 5 um, of 1.071, which is basically going to tell us our efficiency, like how efficient was our boil, and or not our boil, but our mash and boil, all of that to determine how much alcohol we're going to have. So we should get about 7.2% alcohol by the end of it all. Another fancy tool, which I said works really well um, now, but doesn't work well after fermentation, is this fancy handy dandy refractometer. So you put a couple of drops of beer, wine, or liquor on top of this, and you close it, and you basically go out and you look at it in the sun, and it'll tell you what the gravity reading is of the, as well as the sugar content of the beer in here. But the downside with it is once the fermentation is done, the alcohol kind of skews the um, it skews the reading, so you don't know if it's actually done. So you have to use a hydrometer. Hydrometer's cheaper, it's easier, it's better. It's just whatever it is. So we're going to sanitize our fermenter. We're going to pour our beer once it's chilled to close to room temperature. We're going to put it in this fermenter. We're going to add our yeast from our yeast starter, close it all up. We're going to stick it away, maintain room temperature for 1 to 3 weeks, and then we'll bottle. So in about 1 month, we will be able to try this beer. So probably March, first week of March, we'll be trying this beer, or whatever that first beer is we brew in beer in March. That's when we'll try it. But anyways, so that's what the process looks like. So that's all I have for y'all today. Um, oh, awesome! Welcome, welcome, Big Juicy Cat. Thanks for jumping on. I do apologize, but I am going to end the stream here. I'm starving, and Rubella's got some pizza for me, and I need this beer to chill. So I'm gonna let it cool and do all my things. And appreciate you jumping on. Acas4, thanks for jumping on, and thanks for the follow. Great to have you here. Dr. Oppenstein, thank you for gifting a sub to Kaylee Capri. And for all y'all who jumped on today to just one join Brew Day and hang out, yeah, it's so good. It would be even more fun if all y'all were here. I'd love to have y'all here. I mean, you're here digitally, but it'd be fun to have you here in person because I'm sure it would be infinitely more fun. But anyways, you guys are awesome. Really appreciate you all joining me today and jumping on and saying hi. And anyways, if you have any questions about beer and you're new to the channel, please join the Discord and ask away because I'm ending right now. But we brew beer here. We do beer reviews. We build beer recipes. Basically anything that's involved with beer, we do. I have a new rice wine recipe, so we're gonna try that at some point in time. But we just have good good times. Good times. Join the Discord. We talk about life. We talk about beer. We talk about all the things, um, and it's great. But if you have any questions, please holler at me. If you have any feedback for me for my stream, anything that I could do to improve it, I can't guarantee that I'll improve it right away, but I will try really hard to do what I can when I can. But anyways, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And if you like what you see, all this stuff is on YouTube, the Speakeasy Brewer, it's my channel. All the stuff goes there. Otherwise, it's on Twitch for 14 days, and then after that, it'll be on YouTube. I'll also be trying to put more content on YouTube. Um, Less live stream, more content. Um, but all the live streams I do for Twitch will also be on YouTube. So it's all there. You'll never miss it. But, anyways, thanks so much for joining me today. Y'all have fun. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thanks for all y'all, the new followers, everything. It's good stuff. And yeah, cheers. Oh, maybe I should just do this. I've got a little bit of Mercules still. Cheers, Kampai, Prost, Zumfol, and always remember to be adventurous, stay thirsty, and speak easy. You guys are amazing. Thanks so much for joining me today. And I will see you hopefully in the next 2 weeks for whatever I do next. Anyways, all right. Bye, guys.